Wow.
Oh, is Aya back?
Huh?
I totally forgot. It's Aya back.
Oh. Aya?
It's okay. We can
Uh-oh.
yap until Aya gets back.
Yeah, we can
I'm
just
here.
Oh,
What do you mean?
Sorry.
I thought you were coming back. I'm sorry. Okay.
I
What do you mean I was coming back? I've been here.
I forgot. I mean, for real, I forgot. You were back.
You were so quiet. I thought you had gone again.
Yeah.
I'm just
I'm
chilling.
sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
I thought you had left again. That's my bad. That's my bad.
I totally forgot that you came back. My short-term
brain.
memory.
Oh no.
I can't believe I literally went like the
Oh,
like
I
like
didn't
2
even
minutes
hear
ago.
you. I didn't even hear you.
Oh my god! Oops, I'm so sorry.
So sorry.
I can't fucking believe it.
I'm so sorry.
Oh,
This is so sad. This is a fucking disaster. This is a
friend.
tragedy.
I'm a
we're
terrible
terrible.
My
We're
heart
both terrible.
were shattered into pieces.
No.
No.
No, it's fine. It's funny. I was like spacing out.
Oh, this.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
No.
We gotta wait for Aya to be back and we're like, huh? I think I'm gone.
Hi, Watcher. Welcome
Can't
in.
believe it.
Hello.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh.
You're not sorry.
I am sorry.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I'm so sorry.
I am as well.
It's okay.
Mm.
It's no big deal. I was spacing out. So in a way, I was gone.
A protein shake ever
Mhm.
tastes like cardboard to you? That's what mine tastes like.
I like
Yeah.
cardboard though.
The
You
taste
like
of
to
it?
eat the cardboard?
No, like in general.
Oh,
Okay.
For both cardboard fort,
cardboard's pretty good.
Cardboard's
it's a good craft supply.
It is true.
Yeah.
Oh my
Shredding is fun.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So we're on the last chapter of the first game.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Turnabout goodbyes. Let's get into it. And then after this, I need to set a reminder not to forget to download the.
I'll. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, well, 15 years is a long time to wait.
Oh yeah, hold on, I
I
got
don't
it.
know whose this is.
You can't imagine how much I've suffered. You've suffered? But now, the perfect opportunity has presented itself. At last, I shall have my revenge. What? Merry Christmas.
He faded. Oh,
Merry
Splasho.
Crimbo.
Merry Crimbo.
What the fuck? Edgeworth.
Edgeworth.
Bro, he just killed a man, presumably.
Whoa, presumably.
Damn.
Wow.
December 25th, 10:08 a.m. Went to Wright Co. law offices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot. Hey, Nick. Do you know if there are any good waterfalls around here?
Waterfalls? Dare I ask why?
Duh, Nick. Isn't it obvious? I need a waterfall to stand under. Preferably a freezing one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is that part of your spirit medium training?
Of course. Except I've been slacking off lately. I need to brave the elements and be forged anew under the refreshing spring waters.
Okay. I don't know about any falls per se, but Gourd Lake is pretty close.
Oh, darn.
Sorry, but them's the breaks. Couldn't you just take a cold shower or something?
Good idea.
So much for rushing spring waters. A TV,
Oh,
next.
Oh.
next.
Next in the news.
A
A large
which I like. I don't know about this. I'm taking this. Actually, this is mine now. I can't let you do that anymore. I'm kidding.
Why not?
You're like really, really nasally. A
Okay, fair
large
enough.
unidentified animal was sighted at Gourd Lake. Yeah, the town is buzzing with excitement. Locals are calling it Gordy in a tip of the hat to Nessie, the Loch Ness monster. Though its namesake Nessie proved to be a hoax, locals are confident that Gordy is the real deal. ...
Ugh, boring.
Damn.
Did they show real news for a change?
No.
Oh yeah, like like a murder.
Yeah.
Nick?
Huh?
The water pressure is kind of low in that shower.
Damn.
There's a shower in the... Okay.
You want more pressure, huh?
Fucking hose her down.
Why did you go down to the fire department and have them spray you with the hose?
I think that'll hurt you.
That
That
would hurt, actively.
Yeah.
I guess maybe maybe not as much as a waterfall because the waterfall is like spread out and then the hose is like
I mean, it depends how
concentrated
much
blast.
water
That's a
is coming down.
concentrated blast.
Yeah.
With gravity and water.
That'll bruise you like a lot.
Good idea, Nick.
Apparently, Fey blood is no aid in detecting sarcasm.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. Strange occurrences continue at Gourd Lake, but this time it's murder.
Murder.
Gourd Lake again?
We love gourds. The body of a man was found in the lake early this morning.
Yay.
A suspect was apprehended. Sources inside the police department revealed that the suspect's name is Miles Edgeworth, age 24.
Oh.
Edgeworth was an up-and-coming prosecutor known for his skill and connections. He was guaranteed a long and rewarding career. Has he thrown it all away?
Hi, Fiery.
Hello.
Huh? Edgeworth?
Ah.
What's going on?
Oh my god!
Edgeworth would never do something like...
Nick?
Maya.
Calm.
The fireman yelled at me when I called him.
Uh-oh.
to hose you down.
We've got bigger things to
Yeah.
worry about than that. They arrested Edgeworth.
What? You mean the prosecutor?
Yeah, he's a suspect in a murder.
What? When? Where? Who? Why? How?
I don't know.
Gourd Lake.
Let's go find out, Nick.
Well,
Well,
go on over. Go take
Go
a
on.
look. You're gonna go say hi to him. Or go to Gourd Lake, sure.
September 20th,
well,
Wood Lake
let's-
Park entrance. This is where it happened?
Yeah, Gourd Lake is in the middle of this park.
I can see some police walking around in there.
Questioning people, probably.
Hey, isn't that Detective Gumshoe over there?
the
Downing
trembling.
Oh my. Well, pal. There's enough of us here. Anyone found anything?
Sorry. Oh, well, sorry,
They start with
sir.
a P.
Nothing.
Idiot! The trial's tomorrow! We need clues on the double.
But, sir, there weren't any clues. That's why we arrested that attorney, Mr. Edgeworth. It's clear, sir. He's the one who...
Shut up! Just you try saying that again.
Shut up!
I'll make you sorry if you do.
I'll make you sorry.
So just get out of my face, pal.
Yes, sir.
Detective Gumshoe's kind of scary today.
Oh.
Quotes. Pit. Huh.
Oh.
Hey, you're the Hilly guy! Hilly Butts!
Right, Phoenix Wright. Will he ever learn my name?
No. And just what are you doing here, pal? Investigating?
Huh? Well, yes, I suppose.
Well, I'm here to help. Ask me anything you want. Please don't. Boing it! He seems different than usual. I wonder what's up.
You forgot about Gumshoe.
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 Mr. Edgeworth hasn't actually asked us to defend him yet.
Yeah, because you accidentally clicked on Gourd
Yeah,
Lake.
my bad.
Oh, you silly goose.
Oh? Oh? You don't say.
He's so sad.
Aw.
Well,
I'll be right back.
Okay.
BRB. You silly goose.
December 25th, attention. Whatever, who gives a shit? I'm no longer the narrator. Goodbye. You know, Nick. We've all been in here one time or another, haven't we?
Oh yeah, do you get PTSD from this place? Should you not be in here?
She's been here like 3 other times. That's fine.
Yeah.
I guess it comes with the territory.
I'm not sure it's something we should mention to too many people.
The Phoenix has also been on the other side once before during that red, white, blue.
Front-facing Miles Edgeworth. Ah!
Scowls at you.
Hey, Edward, come back!
Keeps left. What are you doing here?
Nick, I don't think he's in a very good mood. He, just got arrested.
Well, he is in detention. Were you in a good mood when you were here?
So, you've come to laugh at the fallen attorney. Then laugh. Laugh! Well, why aren't you laughing?
Nick, should we be laughing? We can start laughing right now.
Nah, it's a trick. Laugh and he'll get mad. Or burst into tears.
We should laugh.
Edgeworth. We don't have so much free time we can spend it coming down here to laugh at you.
Yes, you do.
Actually, he's right.
Shit, you're right. We're so
Shit.
free. I hoped you wouldn't come. I didn't want you to see me. Not like this. Whoa.
Wow.
I didn't want to see you like this either, believe me.
Whoa.
Whoa.
You leave. No, I'm kidding.
Just leave him.
Mm-hmm. What happened?
What happened?
Oh, sorry, hold on. Okay.
Mm.
What happened?
What happened?
Edgeworth, tell me what happened.
Why should I? What are you going to do about it?
Duh, we're going to help you, that's what.
I love her little animation when she's like exclamation point. Help me, you. Don't be ridiculous.
Sorry?
You're a novice. You've only been in 3 trials.
Yeah, and I've kicked your ass in like all of them. What are you talking about? Hey!
Sure, you got lucky and won all 3.
Mm-hmm.
But your luck's bound to run out someday. You need real skill, right? Experience.
Nick, he's insulting you! Nick? Why am I always the one who has to get angry?
The murder took place at Gourd Lake, correct?
Yes. Late last night.
The lake is a long way away from your offices and the courthouse. Oh my god. Why were you down there?
Ellipses. I see no need to tell you.
Boy, I will reach through this glass.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Edgeworth, I will defend you, but only if you promise me to take me on a date afterwards.
That's the payment.
Mhm.
You didn't really.
Gordy.
Huh?
Mhm. I went to see Gordy.
Gordy. What's that?
I'll tell you later. Oh. Oh, why won't
Hmm?
Edgeworth talk to us?
Well,
He's being
now
a
you go.
little bitch. Alright.
Oh, actually, I guess you could. I think you can present your funny badge.
My badge.
I think you can
You
present
would.
your funny badge.
It'd be funny.
Yeah. Your attorney's badge.
Edgeworth, let me defend you.
Gay.
Okay.
That's gay as hell. Huh. Good one, right. But I'm not that hard up. Not yet.
You will be later.
We'll see about that.
What do you mean by that?
Why would
I'll
you
tell
say
you
this?
later.
I'm in detention.
I'll
What?
tell you when you're older.
Why would you say such things? Me,
Why would you
the
say
wet
that?
behind the ears lawyer with only 3 trials under his belt? Never.
No. No. Okay.
What?
My case is near hopeless, right? Every defense attorney I've talked to has turned me down.
What?
Simply put, they're afraid they'd lose. It occurred to me that it might be my fault that they lack confidence. I'm just so good at prosecuting. After all, I did get every single one of their clients declared guilty.
I don't believe it.
Believe it. Regardless, I don't want you involved in this. You in particular, I cannot ask to do this. 'Cause you suck.
What? Fine.
Suck what?
Cock
Oh, here.
and balls.
Yeah, and you'll get a no. Okay. Edgeworth, this is really hard for me to ask.
Did you shoot a man?
But
Did you?
you didn't do it, right? Right?
Think what you will.
It's a yes or no answer.
I don't care. I'm not letting you defend me.
Oh my god, Edgeworth!
I'm not telling you anything. I have only one request.
Huh?
Stay out of this case.
Why? But Nick is trying to help you.
I know that. But I don't want your help, okay?
Why not?
He's being a little bitch.
Because I'm a little bitch. Look, just go away and leave me alone. I'm going away now.
Nick?
I'm fading now.
I'm gonna go into the corner now.
Mr. Edgeworth did it, didn't he?
Maya, let's go investigate elsewhere.
Back to Guamshu.
Oh, but Nick, I don't want to go near Gumshoe again.
He talks
If you need me to be Gumshoe, I could do it too.
No, I'm fine. I'm just doing
Okay,
it.
okay.
I'm fine with it
For the
personally,
bit.
'cause it's for the bit.
Yapping time.
What?
Ooh,
happened?
What happened?
Detective Gumshoe? Do you know what happened here?
What the
Uh-huh.
heck is going on?
You don't know, pal?
No.
Wow. Okay. Mr. Head in the fluffy pink clouds royal.
Head in the.
I'm
Huh?
calling you gay.
I'm
You're a
calling
gay
you
person.
Yeah, well,
You're
look who's
gay.
talking. Look in a mirror.
Takes
Never
one to know
mind.
one, pal.
I'll tell you. It happened last night, around 15 minutes after midnight. There was a boat out on Gold Lake. In that boat, there were two men. One of those men shot the other with a pistol.
Are you giving up?
No, I just thought it would be funny to give up randomly. And the shooter was Mr. Edgeworth? A cop who arrived on the scene arrested him. How did they get there so fast? Well, there was a witness. When the report came in, we raced to the lake.
A witness?
You don't think Mr. Edgeworth is a murderer, do you? Absolutely not! It's impossible! I don't care if there's a witness either. I don't believe a lick of it.
The gun witnessed the crime.
Right. Who cares what that witness says?
I care.
You really believe in him, don't you, Detective? Of course I do. But the police are pretty sure he's the killer. Nobody's ever really taken this investigation that seriously. Oh no! After all the help Mr. Edgeworth has been to us. How to imagine no one standing up to take his side? Well, at least you are, Detective. At least you are.
At least you are. Oh, sorry, I just got a text.
That's me. I'm the text.
No, sorry.
I'm kidding.
That's my manager.
Is it true? No one will take Mr. Edgeworth's case? Yeah. He's a bit of a celebrity. If you defended him and lost, your reputation still to suffer. What's more, the case against him is, well, it's pretty solid.
I suppose it would be if they have a witness.
Hey, pal. Don't tell me you're going to turn your back on him too. Remember the Steel Samurai case? Mr. Edgeworth helped you get your client declared innocent.
I know. I went to Edgeworth. I tried. He really doesn't want us to represent him. Especially not us, he said.
What? Well, that doesn't make any sense, pal. You should have heard him talking about you after that trial.
Oh, he talked about me?
Homo gay.
He kept saying, white, over and over.
And was this behind a closed door, by chance?
You don't want to know the sounds I hold.
Oh no.
Nick?
What the fuck is he talking about?
I'm not sure that's a good sign.
Oh no, it's a good
I
sign.
think he wants to kill you.
I think he wants to murder you in cold blood.
Neither am I.
Why wouldn't you want your help? I don't get it.
Oh.
Oh, Gumshoe. Who was this witness?
Oh, sorry, pal. That's confidential. Anyway, the witness saw everything, apparently. I'm sure we'll turn up at the trial tomorrow.
Was there only that one witness?
Yep. It was pretty cold out on the lake last night. And it was Christmas Eve after all.
He was talking highly of you, right? He thinks I'm good. No, he wants one of you to pin the other one.
Still, well, being fellow. Never know when you're going to turn up another witness. That's why we're here checking things out. So far, we're coming up empty. Oh, it's Christmas today. I'd forgotten. What are you getting me for Christmas, Nick?
Girl, not right now.
Yes, right now.
Talk to Santa.
Oh.
Lol. Phoenix is so silly.
Detective Gumshoe, sir.
What? Find something?
No, sir. Not yet. But there was a call from the precinct. They want you to hold an investigation briefing.
A briefing? Wait, I'm off. Oh. Sorry, pal. I guess you heard I gotta go. Any last things you want to ask me about before I head back? How to touch.
How to touch you.
Whoa.
The
Wow.
autopsy report?
That's pretty important.
Well, yes. Do you have any information on the victim? Sorry. They haven't worked up the autopsy report yet. I'm still waiting for it myself.
Zam.
Actually... Say, if you have the time, drop by the precinct. We can talk more there, pal.
You're not coming back, Detective?
Probably not, pal.
So what should we do if we have something to talk to you about?
Ah, wait. Here, I'll show you how to get to the precinct. Come down and see me anytime.
Yippee!
Directions to the police station received from Detective Gumshoe.
Yahoo!
Oh, hey, Detective Gumshoe.
What?
We'd like to take a look around in the park. Can we walk around?
Yeah, no problem, pal. You got my permission. You know, Nick, I think there's something to be said for talking to people when they're busy.
Yeah, they don't have time to think about not giving you information.
Right. Now, let's get investigating.
You didn't know where the police station was? Yeah, I was just thinking that. I was like,
I would
you
assume you
didn't
would have
know
known.
where the police are and you're an attorney?
An
Okay.
ace
He
attorney?
literally just graduated and got embroiled into this is the
Yeah, but
thing. And he like
he's
doesn't know
worked with
anything.
He's worked with these police so often.
And yet
And
he never
yet-
gets invited. They hate him.
No way.
They hate him. They're
They haven't
haters.
been inviting him. Okay. You should know your district a bit, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
That's... What does that mean? I feel winter's chill from the bare leaf trees today. What is it about winter that turns people into poets?
I don't know, but my toes are starting to feel numb.
Aren't you wearing sandals? That's probably why.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
My poetry has that effect on some people.
Making toes cold?
That's
Phoenix,
not
what are you talking
normal.
about?
I think you should get that
What?
checked out, Phoenix.
Yeah.
It sure is Gourd Lake.
The sign says Gourd Lake Nature Park.
Probably because it is.
Who says it's full of
Yeah.
families picnicking on the weekend?
And murdered yesterday.
But no waterfall.
Not many picnickers come here for spiritual training, Maya. Anything else? Anything else? Anything on the floor? In the
Tree.
sky? Nothing
Garbage.
here.
You just gotta go in,
Gotta
gamer.
go in,
I know,
gamer.
but I'm looking
You
around.
gotta get on in there. Get her done. Samurai dogs.
25th Gourd Lake Public Beach.
Wow!
Warg.
Wow!
Wowzers! This is Gourd Lake.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm not sure it warrants a wowzers though.
Okay, maybe
Yes,
like
it
a
does.
pool.
Probably not.
Like, I don't know if it's wowzers worthy.
But hey, look at that snack stand.
Samurai dogs.
Samurai dogs?
No.
Samurai dogs.
I want a samurai dog, please.
No one's manning the stand.
I bet they're great.
With a name like Samurai Dog, how could they not be?
They're a little behind the times, though. Kids are all into the Pink Princess now. I mean, like, you know.
Nope.
Like, get
Oh.
with the times. Stick with the
Garbage.
trends.
The trash can is
Garbage.
empty.
Nice.
At least the place is well maintained.
Yo.
Yo. Wow. Gourd Lake is really big.
Yeah.
Say, Nick, why is it called Gourd Lake?
Oh,
Because it looks like a gourd.
well, a long time ago they used to grow gourds here.
The
Whoa!
gourd lake.
No way! I was sure it was because the lake looked like a gourd when viewed from above.
It's also that.
You know, like an hourglass shape.
Yeah, classic gourd.
Well, it is shaped like a gourd actually, but that's just a coincidence.
Oh. Okay.
Interesting. Signage.
I almost didn't see that signpost. Left boat docks, right exit.
Wow, look at those party poppers.
Oh my goodness.
A lineup of plastic benches.
Yeah.
I guess the idea
Yeah.
is you buy a dog and eat it here. I doubt anyone would sit here and eat on a day like this.
Why not,
Goodness.
Phoenix?
Except maybe Maya, if she had a samurai dog.
Yeah,
Goodness.
look at those.
Huh.
What is that?
Oh, that's Maya.
Hey!
Poppers!
Someone left some
Poppers!
poppers here! You know, you pull the string.
And it goes, Pop. Yeah, I know the ones. You see them a lot around New Year's. Totally not the other poppers I was thinking about.
It's not the other kind of poppers.
Hey, Nick, they might be a clue.
Yeah, that some rowdy gay people were here.
Yeah, some gay people were
Let's take
putting their
them.
samurai dogs into other men's mouths.
Yeah,
Uh,
they're having a
in the
samurai
public
dog party.
at like midnight.
Yeah,
That was the witness.
Oh, this is what Edgeworth was doing.
That's what he was
Poppers?
doing.
Let's take them, Maya.
Let's take them.
I know you'll need it, Phoenix.
Come on, admit it. You just want to pop them, right?
Wasn't that obvious?
I make the funny noise.
Poppers.
Go
Hmm.
Take them.
Poppers. Take them.
Take them.
Take
I
them.
suppose,
Yay.
I suppose it couldn't hurt. It could actually.
Tampering with a crime scene, who cares?
Huh? Where'd they go?
Into my pockets.
Maya's a party
She
girl.
took a
Poppers put in pocket.
My pockets.
classic body noisemaker. Pull the string, it goes bang. Not really very clue worthy. Are you sure about that,
Are
Phoenix?
you sure about that, Phoenix?
You
Let's look at
sure?
those samurai dogs.
A hot dog stand. It's closed. The Christmas fringe looks a little half-baked. Banner reads Samurai Dogs. Somebody needs to redecorate.
Hmm.
I mean, it's Christmas.
Well-
It's appropriately...
It is in fact
Well, I guess
Christmas.
he's saying it's not epic enough.
It's not epically Christmas enough.
Yeah. I think you can move to one of the other locations now. The woods or the
probably.
boat rental.
Oh, we'll go woods.
We can go to the woods.
Warg.
December 25th,
Wow.
Gourd Lake Woods. I like it here, Nick. Look, someone's camping.
Where it says no camping.
In the places of no camping, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
They've got guts camping at the scene of a murder.
And at a no camping location.
Damn. Hey, Nick. If they were camping here last night, they might know something about the murder.
Ooh.
That's true. Good call, Maya. Let's go talk to him. Well, first, the sign says no camping. Funny place to pick to pitch your tent.
I'll be right back for a moment. You can grab my laundry.
Okay. Wait. What if the sign said no setting tents on fire?
I don't think they have signs like that.
Yes, they do. I've seen them. Oh.
This SUV has seen better days. It's dented all over. Can't believe anyone would drive their car down here.
It's red.
Sure is red.
Hey, Nick.
What? Don't tell me you're hungry again.
No. I was just wondering, why are camping pots and pans made of aluminum?
They didn't talk about that in any of the law books.
I must have taken a science class or two. So, there's no law saying they have to be made out of aluminum then?
I'm not having this conversation.
Why not?
Phoenix! Phoenix seems a little more done than usual.
What? It's because his fucking boyfriend's in jeopardy here.
There's food and some magazines on the sheet. Takes a pretty tough skin to camp in this cold. Anything on it that we're interested in?
Plastic bags.
The trees grow quite thick here. Further back, the trees fade into the shadow where the sunlight can't reach them. Okay. Anything else? No, but I can slide to the left.
Slide. Ooh, camera and boom arm stuff.
This camera has a mic and some sort of attachment. It must take pictures when triggered by a noise.
Wow, cool. Let's try it out. Hi, I'm Nick. Maybe I'm not saying it loud enough. Hey, I'm Nick! Huh.
Will you stop that?
Maybe it's broken?
Don't kick it. Maybe it isn't set to respond to voices?
Well, what then? These things?
Party poppers?
Well, it responded.
Maybe wait for Aya.
Maybe we can wait for Aya.
Yeah.
Because it's been us two the entire time. Presumably this is gonna be Aya.
Yeah. Hey everybody.
Presumably.
While we wait for Aya,
Hey,
how's everybody
hey guys,
doing?
how's it going? How's it hanging, guys? How's your day been?
How are you gamers?
How's gaming going?
That gives me a chance to drink more of my protein shake.
I consume the cardboard. It's delicious and nutritious. It's filled with fiber in some places,
I mean,
including
I
here.
guess.
Chewing on cardboard is a good activity for teething.
Mm.
That's probably not true. I
don't
wouldn't
think
know.
so.
I think that is simply incorrect. But that's neither here nor there.
Oh my goodness. Okay, good. I finished it. Jingle jangle.
What the fuck was that? What was that?
That was
I
my
heard
shaker.
that.
was my shaker.
Oh, okay.
I think that's for rabbits and beavers. No, I wouldn't let your rabbits chew on cardboard.
Yeah, I don't think that's recommended,
They like
to be
chew on
honest.
wood. Like you can get them wood sticks.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably because it's
Wait.
like some... What happened? Did
My-
you spill it?
My sparkle water started going everywhere.
You spilt it.
No, I think it just got a little Fizzied.
Imagine
Okay.
becoming fizzy water for sparkles. What?
How would it
I don't know
feel
what
to
I'm
be
saying.
carbonated?
Fuzzy,
Fuzzy. Like if your blood,
right?
if you carbonated the blood while it was inside of you, well, that would kill you first of all. But
That would kill you,
that would kill
probably.
you. But how would it feel? Probably, I'm thinking painful.
But like, what if it's like pins and needles type situation?
Maybe, but I guess like when divers come up from the deep like too fast, they get air bubbles
Mm-hmm.
in their blood and stuff, and they said it hurts.
Oh.
So I'm guessing, I guess that's the closest thing you can get to carbonating yourself is
The air bubbles and
giving yourself the
yourself
bends.
with it. Yeah.
Yeah, the bends is pretty bad.
Yeah.
Man, so crazy.
Man.
Pressure's crazy.
That's true.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah. Did anybody catch the one thing that I added?
Oh, you already added it?
I added one thing. That's not one of the things from you guys. It was a tester before I added yours in.
Well,
No one's crashed it yet.
I'll put 3 in for now.
Yeah, I've got to get. Oh yeah, Fire. I keep forgetting to message you and get what you want. Cause also I learned I don't need to get a 3D model. I just have to get like a
An
PNG.
image?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so easy. I can send mine right now if you want me
Yeah.
to.
And once I have all 3 of yours, I'll put them in and then restart the decks.
Yarg.
Restart everything so everyone can start from the beginning.
I got a legendary whale shark.
Yippee!
Yay!
Depression's no pressure. Pressure is a crazy concept. Just cause like why?
Here's my PNG of what I'm requesting,
Your
squid.
ping. Oh, thank you.
My ping. Anytime.
I'm gonna pin that actually, so you don't lose it.
When we look in our pins, it's gonna just be the first fucking image.
Hello.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hello. It's gonna be so great.
My new hairstyle from a VTuber. What hairstyle?
Ooh.
Is it like a big crazy hairstyle?
Or like a type of cut for like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like in
I
general.
have to up my. No, I'll leave that there. Whoops. Oh my gosh, this is so silent. I want it to be kind of unique. Not sure if people have claimed it yet. I mean, I was gonna say, I don't know how many people can claim a hairstyle.
Yeah. But like in terms of like probably people in your city, probably no one else is gonna like have it, presumably.
Probably.
Type beat.
Mm-mm. For your persona. Persona.
Persona.
I have to bump this up just a little bit. So I'm
bumping things up.
I think that works. No, I'll do a little lower. Oh yeah. Now that Aya has repo, I think that could be something we could play on stream at some point.
I could probably buy it.
If not, I can buy
mind.
it for you. Don't worry about
No,
it.
no, I can buy it.
No.
Actually, no. I'm fine. I have the money. It's okay. No. Don't make me panic buy it right this second. I will do it.
No.
I don't even know. Maybe I already bought it. I know I bought a game and Fear earlier at one point. I forget which one though. Was it Pico Park? It might have been Pico Park.
It could have been. Oh yeah, I think it
bought
was.
That before you can do jack shit about it.
And then was it you that I talked to about I got Zort or something like that?
Zort.
Oh, wait, I got okay. No, I think it was Keeks that I probably talked to about it.
Okay.
But I got this game called Zort. And people are saying
Okay.
it's a multiplayer game. People are saying it's good. But
Okay.
Zort.
Well, now I have Steam open. I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah. And I think like it is based off the pea shooter. Because I saw like the pea shooter, like there's like a head of it in there. I have no idea what
it's a-
Zort is, but I have it because it was on sale.
It's a horror game.
Oh, nor.
With a guy with big teeth and
Oh yeah, we got
red
we
eyes.
all got the Dark Hours now. Because I got Aya the Dark Hours because it was on sale.
And it was cheap. Yeah. Also, guys, spring sale is going on right now.
Yeah, there's a really good sale going on Steam.
Yeah. Spring one. Undertale is $1 right now, guys.
Yeah, it's too bad. I think
Crazy.
I think I bought it when it was on sale because I was like, whoa, $1? And then it told me I already had it. I was like, oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but like Undertale was already cheap. It was like $10.
Yeah.
Like all things considered.
I got lost for a while. Might be.
Welcome back.
Oh,
We
welcome
just started
back.
yapping.
I did what's it? What was I saying? I still need to go because the laundry wasn't done, and then I kind of just stared at it for a little bit and spaced out, and then I was yapping with my mother, and then I
Oh,
stared at it
no.
for a little more, and then I was like,
Oh.
oh wait, I've left them for a while, and then I came
It's
back.
okay. You're just yapping.
So like in a moment, I'll sneak away.
Okay.
But yeah.
We were
Right.
gonna give you whoever this is because it's been the us hour the entire time.
I know who it is, and I don't feel. It's fine. I'll do it.
Okay.
I mean, I could take over if you. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to?
Hey, you get your hands off of that. That's why I can't do it. I can't do a southern.
It's okay.
Do you want me to do it
It's-
instead?
No, it's funny.
Okay.
It's funny if I struggle.
Eek.
On the Sam Hill.
You gotta practice for the next game. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh no.
I'm
Look what you've done
sorry.
now. There goes a whole roll of film.
Huh? Sorry,
That
but
was nice, but it don't pay my bills. Y'all know how much of a roll of that film costs?
Don't
A
pay my
lot.
pills.
It don't pay my bills. It don't pay my
I'll pay-
pills.
I'll pay you back.
Mm-hmm. What are y'all thinking set off a party popper in a place like this? What the fuck's wrong with you?
Well,
What? Don't try to play stupid with me just because you think I'm some country bumpkin. I can't do it.
Mm.
Yeah, I know how y'all Yanks think.
Oh damn.
oh,
I say, those Southern folks talk with that exaggerated drawl. Why, they must be dumb. Well, let me tell you, just because I might be dumb, don't mean we all are.
Nick, help!
And who are you now, her chaperone?
I'm telling you, I'm not skipping to the next one. She just interrupts.
I figured. I
Yeah,
figured
it's
as much.
funny.
Yeah. No, rather, we're sort of friends.
Just figure out what y'all are gonna say and say it for Jesus' sake.
But
What the fuck?
Jesus.
For Jesus'
Jeez,
sake.
I haven't heard that in forever.
That sounds like a squidism. God,
It
I'd rather
is.
sit through one of Papa's
is.
draws than listen to you stutter all day.
Well, I do say like bejesus.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
for everyone's information, I'm a Californian. I'm like the opposite of Southern.
We could, me and Squid probably both could do a Southern if we had to.
Probably.
Yeah,
I
I
think.
can't. I've never done a Southern. I've never been a Southern. I don't understand Southern. I'm even North, like, California-isms.
Yeah.
It's like the opposite of Southern.
Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
guess we should pay her for the film.
$700,000. Watch it.
Yes, ma'am. On second thought, I'll pay later.
Maya.
I'm really sorry.
I'm angry.
I'm angry.
I'm really mad.
I'm really mad right now.
I'm real mad right now.
What happened?
What happened?
What happened? What? Can't you see I'm changing the film of my camera here? Someone, I'm not naming any names, but someone used up a whole roll. A lot of it.
Sorry.
Now
That
I'm
didn't
not
work.
naming names.
I wonder if I have anything to show her that would get her attention.
There's something during Game Grumps' playthrough, Aaron did like, if you got heartburn, he did that guy's voice for her.
Consume.
And let me tell you what, consume Prilosec. You use a whole roll. You know, he did that, so use a whole roll of film. You know, very that. What? Can you see I'm changing the film on my camera here? Consume Prilosec.
Oh, does it do the same thing if no matter what I
guess
hit?
so.
Yeah, that didn't work. Okay.
Sorry.
That didn't work. Show her your cool badge.
Show her the bayo.
Well, I
Show
tried,
your
I
cool
did.
badge.
I tried to, but it won't
No,
let
she
me.
doesn't give a shit about your cool badge.
It won't let me present it.
Er,
Oh wait, I can do it
present
this
it
way.
here, you
Ah.
silly goose. You're just
Oh.
looking at the
Stupid.
court record.
This is my badge.
Huh? Our badge is supposed to be all shiny and impressive. Are you a cop or something? Your itty bitty tiny badge.
I'm a lawyer.
It's all scuffed up. What? Y'all ain't gonna try and pull one of them lawsuits on me over that film now. Cause I'll have y'all know I'm a fighter and I wrestled meaner looking things than you.
No, that's not it
I'll
at all.
snap that spiky hair right off.
No.
Do it.
We're
It'd be
Snap it off
funny.
like a branch.
We're investigating a murder that took place here on the lake.
Oh fuck. A murder? Sounds cool.
So true.
Why didn't y'all say that in the first place? Go ahead, ask me anything you like. Ask me about the murder. I
Finally.
love talking about murder.
In cooperation.
Oh, girl. You too. Y'all can come out of hiding now. I won't bite hard. Whoa.
Come
Wow.
to think of it, where did Maya get to?
Why are you hiding away?
Sorry.
I won't beat you up. Maybe only a little.
I was feeling a little overwhelmed. The culture gap and all.
The culture gap of a Asian Californian doing a southern accent really
Oh
badly.
my gosh, Aya, it's
Yeah.
you and I.
On purpose. So bad.
Oh my gosh,
Mm.
Asian and the southern person, it's us.
Whoa, it's the opposite.
Yeah.
Maya is mean. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Never you mind, honey. I can talk Yank for you if it pleases you. If it pleases you.
If it pleases you.
If it pleases you.
Thanks. I think I'll be okay.
You talking great then, I'm Lotta. Lotta Harp. You can call me Lotta. I'm here photographing meteor showers for a research project. Mighty pleased to meet ya. Yay. Now you don't gotta you can yap now. Lotta Hawk. Oh yeah, when was that murder anyway? I ain't seen much television lately.
It happened late in the night on Christmas Eve.
I love her blinking eyes that stare into nothing. That's so Christmas Eve. That's yesterday. What the fuck?
A man on a boat was shot. Did you see anything?
Well, let me see. A boat, you say? Boat. I reckon I might have seen one. Not sure though. Y'all gotta remember, I've been watching this here lake for a good 3 days now. I seen enough boats to choke a mule. Kind of hard to remember which I seen when. Lotta.
So, what is it you do, Lotta?
Huh? Me? Haha, y'all don't really want to know that, do you? You don't really want to know that, do you? I can't. Actually, I'm a research student at Country U, right in the heart of the heartland. What?
Wow. Neat.
So Texas.
Well, so the thing is, I'm pretty sure in original version she had a Kansai dialect.
Oh.
Which is like Yeah, it's like near like
Mhm.
Kyoto-ish, Osaka-ish area.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like when you're a Tokyo person, you can't. Some dialects you're just like, what did you say? I don't understand.
Oh, so
Yeah.
it's like
Which
heavy
is what they're
accents.
experiencing here. Yeah, that's what they're experiencing here because there's a lot of
Okay.
dialect like. Yeah. For Aya history, Aya fun fact, my grandfather is from Osaka.
Oh.
Ah.
Or was from Osaka.
Nice.
That's the fun fact for today.
Hmm.
So there's like
lore.
various like slang that I learned from my mother that's specific to like Kansai, which is like mecha or like what else? Omoroi.
Mhm.
Anyways, that's all.
Okay. Nick, she's a research student at a student. She's a research student at a university. Country U.
She's repeating information back to him.
So I hear.
Yeah, she just said.
So when did you come up here?
Let me see. I guess it was about 3 days ago.
What are you photographing? What are you photographing?
I just said it's the meteor. What are you
Photography.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Didn't I tell you that already? Fucking meteor showers. Meteors. Yep, meteor showers. Wow.
Falling stars?
Yes, Phoenix.
That's quite a camera you have there.
Yeah, it's super expensive. Y'all better know it. It's German made. A genuine. I don't know how to say that word. Solingen.
Solingen?
Solingen.
Solingen?
Solingen.
Solingen?
Isn't that where
I
they
don't
make
know.
knives?
I love knives.
So what's that device you have stuck in the camera?
It's a microphone. You never seen a microphone before? Huh? Device?
Your camera went off all by itself when I fired my party popper.
She fired.
Not me.
Oh, that mic triggers the shutter whenever it detects certain sounds. It's programmed to pick up loud noises right now.
A programmable camera? Neat.
Wow.
Wow.
Modest camera.
Oh, really? Lapingus faces the lake and it takes pictures with loud noises, huh?
Interesting.
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 How interesting and intriguing.
Oh. There's slides.
Public beach.
If you've yapped enough, you can probably go to the precinct.
There's also the boat rental.
Oh, right, you haven't even gone to the boat rental. Silly me. Let's fucking go.
Let's
go.
fucking go.
Let's
Let's go to rental shop. Nick, what is this place?
Well, if you turn around
Maya-
and read, it says boat rentals.
I can't read, Nick. I thought we established this.
Oh, I forgot.
How
A boat
dare
rental
you.
shop. Closed for Christmas, it seems.
Hmm.
Guess a murder taking place on one of the boats won't be good for business either.
Boats. I've never ridden a boat.
Pirates on a boat. Pirates on a boat.
Pirates on a boat.
Oh,
Really? Well, how about we go out on one when the trial is finished?
I promise to not murder you on the boat.
Hey, good idea. You bet. I won't kill you.
I won't
promise
kill you
that.
either.
Yay! Let's not murder each other.
There's more forest off that way.
Wow.
I doubt I find any helpful clues in there.
In the fucking woods.
In the woods.
In the woods.
In the woods.
A small boat rental shop. Doesn't look like anyone is around. Probably closed because it's Christmas. Christmas time is here. There's some boats floating around at the dock. Was one of these boats used in the murder, I wonder?
Nick,
Huh?
Oh.
I changed my mind. I don't really want to go for a boat ride.
Why not?
The vibes are off.
The vibes are rancid.
Why not? Okay, back to the... Let's go to the freaking precinct.
Oh boy,
Criminal
the
Affairs
precinct.
Department.
December 25th, Police Department, Criminal Affairs.
Ugh.
Looks like Detective Gumshoe isn't here.
Chief.
Something wrong, miss?
Okay.
Turning yourself in? Did you
What?
kill someone? Okay, what did you do? Shoplifting, lifting, larceny, public indecency?
What?
She's the most decent here.
No, none of those things.
Did you kill a man?
We're looking for Detective Gumshoe. Is he around?
Gumshoe? Oh yeah, he's in a meeting right now.
The cursed meetings.
Oh.
I don't think he'll be out anytime soon.
Yeah, they do be like that. Okay, well, come back.
You do that. Oh, and go straight home and stay out of trouble. Okay. No more shoplifting, you got that?
You have no proof that I did such a thing.
Does he have, like, dementia?
Maybe. Do I look like a criminal or something?
Oh,
She's
my.
like, I didn't do it. He's like, oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Don't do any more crimes. She's like, what?
I never did crime.
That
I
might
never
be one
did
the
any of those.
detectives. He's mumbling something to himself.
Your mama could see you. If your mama could see you, you know she'd be crying. What?
What?
Mama could see, you know,
If your
she'd
mama
be
could
crying.
see, you know she'd be crying. There you go. I got it.
Is
Your
that
mama
a,
could
is
see
that a,
you now. You know she'd be crying.
Probably a reference of
God,
some
what
sort.
have you done? You're a pink pony
Pink pony girl,
and you
and
dance
that's
at the club. Oh, mama.
mama.
Oh.
Drink and spit it out, you low-life scumbag. What?
He
What?
must be doing image training for interrogations.
Oh, yeah.
I thought he was
Yeah.
singing some Chaperone.
Oh.
These are the detectives' desks.
Pink Pony Club. I keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Okay.
There are computers and files on each one. Funny they're a lot tinier than I'd expect. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. Who's this
They
man?
spend their time detecting.
This must be the chief of the detectives here. He's glued to his computer screen.
He's playing Minecraft.
Playing Minecraft right now.
What?
That is also.
Gourd Lake.
He looks relaxed. He probably is playing
I'm
Minecraft.
She's chilling. Gordy's sighted! I don't believe it! Holy shit!
Shouldn't you
Holy
be
shit.
reading something more important?
I fucking love Gordy.
I love Gordy. There's a lady behind him. A poster of a female police officer. Wait,
I love woman.
no, that's
Me
the
too.
latest Babes in Uniform calendar. My bad.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh,
I love woman.
I think that's
Babes in
everything.
uniform. So dumb.
Let's go here. Oh, we're not?
He's not.
okay.
You're not on speaking terms.
You're
Not
no
on
longer
speaking
on
terms.
You're no longer on squeaking terms.
Squall, squonger, squong, squeaking, squalms.
Oh, not again. No.
Look what you've done. Look what you've wrought.
Squawk, 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 squat.
What?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
God, what
Yeah?
do we do?
Move. Back to the Gourd Lake, I think. Actually, go home.
I did go
Go home.
Go home. Oh, you did? Okay, well go, go back to Gourd Lake. How about go back to the lake?
Okay.
Go back to the lake. Go back to the lake. Go on. Did you ever go into the boat?
It wouldn't let me.
It won't let you?
I mean,
Okay.
I can.
Go back to Girly Pop. Bye for Gore.
I don't know.
Well, hey, girly.
Hey, girly.
No.
I don't have anything to present to her.
Oh, wait. No, never mind. I forgot.
Maybe I have to go ask what to do next. No,
Maybe.
go back.
What with me, Maya?
Yeah, because nothing. He won't talk
Actually,
to us.
go back to the department. Go back to the department. Never mind. I was gonna say, like, you wandered around enough now. Yeah, go talk to Mia, to Maya, I guess, for now. I'm the thinker.
Well, what should we do?
What do you mean? Let's investigate.
I did.
Maybe there's something you didn't,
We should talk to
Yeah.
Mr. Edgeworth and check out the crime scene.
Which we did. You're right. We need more information. Save aimlessness and confusion for later. What? Did I miss something?
Maybe you missed something that you could examine.
Maybe.
This camera is rigged to respond to noise, but it only responds to loud noises, like a party popper. Okay, was that it? Was that the thing that we already knew?
Was it an extra? Was it a new thing to examine?
Maybe.
Well,
if that was it, I'm gonna be pissed.
No, I think there's something at the boat zone. I feel like that you gotta see something at the boat zone, but I'm not sure.
The boat zone was literally like, it's closed. No one's...
Nothing you can peep at?
No, I can't even, like, scroll or anything.
No, just like look around.
Yeah, I did everything.
Have you examined all of it?
Yeah. Where's my mouse? There we go. Let me just...
The speedrunner.
Let me just... I did all that. I did everything here.
Wiggle around. Yeah, okay. Well. He vented.
Is there anything else?
There's a vent.
Anything else here? Nothing here. Nothing in the trash. Trash already checked.
The suffering.
And anything else in the entrance I forgot?
Oh, wait, actually, go back to Lotta. Go back to Lotta, I remember now. Go back to Lotta. Go back to Lotta. I remember now. I remember now. Present. Go back. Present her camera. To her.
Oh. Lotta?
Yeah?
So your camera, it triggers on loud explosion noises?
Explosions! Yep.
Actually, the victim in the case we're researching, he was shot with a pistol.
A pistol? What the fuck is that?
Right. Now wouldn't a gunshot make a similar noise to your party popper?
I guess it would.
Your camera didn't get a picture of the murder, did it?
Hey! Y'all are pretty bright. Y'all have brain. I see what you're saying. Tell you what, I have a look-see at my film.
It would have been a photo taken late last night.
I checked it once. I don't remember if there was anything on him though. But what if I got something? I could be a witness to a genuine murder. Yeehaw! Yeehaw!
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw! I don't check that film. I'll come back now and here.
Oh,
She sprinted away.
She went inside her SUV. I guess we should come back later.
Now we can gumshoe.
Oh, boy.
Now we can
Now
gumshoe.
we can gumshoe. Now you can yap to Mr. Gumpshoe.
Sir Gumshoe.
There he is.
Etc. 20.
Police Department, Criminal Affairs. I stole it.
It's fair. I'm about to talk a lot
Mine
anyway.
This time.
I guess Detective Gumshoe is still in that meeting.
Here, hold on. Give me 1 second.
Really?
I'll be right back, like, in a millisecond.
All right.
1. He should be back right now.
Yeah, he should have been back 100
Should have been back, like, right
milliseconds
now.
ago. Yeah.
Fucking, I can't believe this. Why would he lie to us like that? It's crazy. What is that plushie in the background?
That's the mascot.
Oh.
Oh wait,
Okay.
we're not gonna play the extra case, so I guess you won't know until later.
Yeah, 'cause
That's the mascot of the. He's very important.
Really?
Miles. He's very important. That's the blue badger.
Okay.
That's
Well, we're
the
probably
mascot of the police station. He's very important to me.
we're probably
And
gonna play
everyone.
the last case. It's just that I know it's supposedly like as long as the entire game, so we're probably gonna
Yeah,
do
yeah.
the break game and then that. Oh, speaking of which, I compiled everything for you. I'll send it over.
Yay!
It's going to be a CSP file, and you can poke through the layers. And I labeled each one with a character name and a descriptor to help.
Oh wow! Thank you.
No problem. You have so many options.
Yay! Yippee!
Here you go. Oh, it's a big file. That's okay though.
That's okay. It was fine.
That makes sense, I think.
I'm back. Sorry, I had to change my band-aid.
Well,
You didn't take a millisecond. You took much longer than that.
Time is relevant. Time is relevant.
5.
What?
And it's sent, Aya, by the way.
Huh?
It's sent.
Oh.
Yippee!
Yippee! Hey!
Oh, do you want me to do it since it's been the yapping show?
I mean, you just yapped with Lotta, so
Lotta
I'm
is
fine with
fine.
that. Because you're probably gonna get a lot of focus because
Edgeworth. Yeah, that's fine.
So I think it's fair. Thanks for coming down, pal. Detective Gumshoe. We just finished the meeting, for better or for worse.
I get the feeling we're in for some bad news. Do you know anything about the victim yet?
No. Still can ID him. Has Mr. Edgeworth said anything? Not a word.
The meeting. So, how did the meeting go?
I can't tell you, pal. You're loyal.
True.
You know, I don't know what I believe in anymore. So, Mr. Edgeworth's human like you or me. Still, I get the feeling that if he'd done something wrong, he wouldn't go hiding it. That's just the kind of person he is. Kind of guy he is. I can't read. Close enough. Why can't anyone else see that?
Believable.
Believable. So, they think that Mr. Edgeworth did it?
Sorry, I didn't mean to just punch my mic.
I didn't hear it.
Okay, good.
Well, the trial starting tomorrow has scheduled. I see.
Hey, in the end you did tell us about the meeting.
Don't go telling anyone else, pal.
Yes, sir.
And do me a favor. Stand by Mr. Edgewolf. He needs help and you're the ones to help him. I'm sure he's got some reason why he won't talk to us. Thanks, Detective Gumshoe.
Trusting Edward.
Wow.
Arrest him.
Detective Gumshoe.
Arrest him?
How come you trust Mr. Edgeworth so much?
They're boyfriends. See, Edgeworth replaced me with Gumshoe. But it's okay.
Hey, you can enter a polycule.
Because Gumshoe's pretty cool. So.
Yeah. Well, I think that was obvious. We got a strong working relationship between us two.
Yeah, a strong, working relationship. Yeah.
Yeah. We trust each other, and that's how it works.
Nice.
Working relationship.
Yeah.
See, Mr. Edgeworth always gets his defendants declared guilty every time. Yeah, his methods might be a little extreme sometimes, at times. But there's a reason. He trusts our investigation, see? He trusts us to get the right man. The white man?
The white
Well,
man.
yeah, he trusts us to get the white man.
Okay!
Real.
That's why I work extra hard, pal. We got to own that trusty places in us. I see. Mr. Edgeworth is a man you can trust. And you have my word on that.
Autopsy report.
Autopsy report.
I was wondering, did you ever get that autopsy report?
Oh, that? Yeah, I made a copy for you. Yippee!
Autopsy report added.
Autopsy report added. Yahoo! Time of death. Sometime on the 24th or 25th. One bullet shot to the heart.
No bullet.
Singular.
Got to the heart.
And you're
to blame!
I was hoping you just would go, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you're not Got to the heart. Thank you.
Nick?
Huh?
Nicholas.
Can you show me the photo of the victim?
Oh, hello.
He looks so sad.
That face.
Someone you know?
No, I don't know this guy. I don't know.
Maya thinks...
I just have this feeling that I met him somewhere a long time ago.
He has a vibe
Alright.
about him.
Alright.
Let's see if he'll talk to us.
Edgewolf
Nope.
with it. He's not here.
Edgewolf is still gone.
Well, back to Gourd Lake, I suppose.
Hi.
I wonder who you'll see there.
I wonder.
I wonder.
I wonder.
Well, I guess go to, go to Lotta.
Yeah.
Lotta might be done now. December 25th, Gourd Lake Woods. Hi! Hey, y'all!
Lotta!
Oh, wait up a sec. We got bingo. Where's everybody going? Bingo?
Bingo?
My automatic camera took 2 pictures last night. So true.
Hey!
Oh, and this is them. Take a look. I already forgot how to. Oh.
Well,
Well, shit.
Wait.
that could be anything.
It could be anyone. It could be anything. See, he's shooting him with that pistol.
That could be like a water gun.
It looks like that, yes.
But it doesn't look like anyone.
But you can't really tell who that is shooting. What? But you can't really tell who that is shooting.
Who that is shooting.
Oh,
Who the person
Intonation.
shooting is. Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah, well, there was enough fog out there last night to strangle a bullfrog. Okay. But, you know, seeing these photos remind me of something.
What?
What? I saw the murder happen. I'm a witness. Okay.
What?
Oh?
Are you serious?
Why so serious? Of course.
How do you
I'm the
forget?
Joker, baby.
Never mind.
I forgot a man was killed. Y'all reckon I should tell the cops?
I mean,
I reckon so. Oh. I reckon so.
What's that? No, don't y'all go trying to mock my accent.
Nope. No, no.
That I don't have because I'm a Californian. I'm a sensitive lady. Hey, so I'm off to talk with to the cops. I mean, when I talk to the cops. Yeah, y'all can have this photo. Later. Goodbye. Goopy.
Wait, Lotta!
I'm gone. What? Can't y'all see I'm kind of busy?
Tell us what you saw, too. Please?
Hell nah. Nice try, honey, but I wasn't born yesterday. I'm a witness, and that means I'm on the side of justice, and that means the cops.
Oh.
Lotta. Oh, she is from the south. I still need the south side of a northbound skunk than tell you. What?
Skunk butt.
Lotta?
Maya's like, I don't know what she's saying.
I don't know what the words are coming out of her mouth.
Don't let her get your. Don't let her get your. Don't let her get your skivvies in a bunch. Friends today, enemies tomorrow. Skivvies. Oh, was that the other way around? No, yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah. No matter, I'm gone. Hey, maybe they'll let me do some testifying. Hot darn. They won't let me say damn.
She left.
Fucked up. My bad, Maya.
No, this is the only. It doesn't matter.
Oh. Well, that's one more witness. What do we do now, Nick?
Well, if she saw something, there's not much we can do about it. The question is, what exactly did she see? I guess we'll find out in the trial tomorrow.
Wow.
She said there were 2 pictures. What about the other one?
Took it.
Took it.
12:15.
Oh.
Oh, it's
December
time.
25th, Gourd Lake Public Beach. Looks like the police have given up their interviewing.
You gonna have some samurai dogs? Hey!
Oh.
Look who it is.
Ah! Nick, I think Santa's mad at you.
I'm gonna beat you up.
I heard that is don't get
Beat
your
him up.
skibbities in a bunch. Oh no.
Oh my god.
Why would you say this? Long time no see, Nick.
What the fuck?
Oh.
Nick, you know Santa? Wow, Nick and Saint Nick. Hey, I see the connection.
Don't be ridiculous.
Dude, it's me.
I already know who it is, I think. Yeah.
Larry.
It's been a long time.
It's been a long
time.
Isn't it obvious? I'm working my day job. I sell samurai dogs. Want one? Now this voice fits a Californian. Gotta get money for dates, you know? My girl Beyonce deserves the best. It's like Beyonce, but with a key at the beginning.
Yeah.
Beyonce? Not another model, I hope.
She's another model. Oh, Beyonce's a fine, fine woman, Nick. It was her idea that I wear this costume. She was all, you go, girlfriend, you know? She might be gay. She
might
bought
be-
this costume for me.
Larry, does she think that you're a butch woman? Oh
I
wait,
mean-
hold on. But how do we know Larry isn't actually a butch woman?
That is true.
That is true.
How do we know?
He, him, Butch Woman, Larry
He,
Butts.
him, Butch Woman,
Honestly,
yeah.
it's pretty funny. It is also funny to think that Larry's the only straight person in this universe.
That is true.
That's great, Larry.
That's great, Larry.
Wow, a Santa costume. She must be really nice.
Maya's so sweet. Whoa, cute! Question mark. Nick, who's she? She's not your child? Is she your daughter? Did you get married?
Geeks.
She's 17.
Hi, Geeks.
Not my. What?
Geeks,
No, she's not.
Papa. Papa, you won't believe what they did.
What did I do?
They thought I was gone.
Oh,
They
no,
thought I
no,
was
no.
I'm telling on you to Dad.
No,
Why would you do
no.
this?
They thought I was gone. They're like, let's wait for Aya to come back. And I was like, I've been here.
Yeah, but okay, to be fair.
I was spacing out. I was mentally gone.
We for gore.
Anyways,
Did you read this one?
I'm
No.
his partner, Maya Faye.
I'm his adopted daughter.
I'm, the little sister.
I didn't know you had a little sister. Holy shit. His sister.
Why is he twitching?
Why is he
Oh my
twitching?
god, I didn't know you had Wow, Nick. Must be tough. Having a sibling? Working 9 to 5, having to take care of a little sister? God damn.
No, I'm not Nick's sister. I'm my older sister's little sister.
You might as well be his little sister. Huh,
Yeah.
sounds great. I don't really get it.
Well,
Yeah.
don't worry, Maya. He's not listening.
Samurai dogs!
Hey, Larry. There was a murder here last night.
What the fuck?
And since you work here, have you heard anything?
Nick, you're wasting your time.
Actually, I did it. I was
Last night was Christmas Eve. He was with Beyonce, obviously.
No, she made me work.
He wouldn't have been standing out here in the cold, cold winter.
No, I was totally standing out here in the cold, cold winter.
Oh.
Oof! Oh! Ugh.
Huh?
I think what you just said caught him off guard, Maya.
My girlfriend doesn't love me. No, it's just Beyonce's not in town right now.
Oh.
Is Beyonce? Are they related to Beyonce? I have no clue. She's in Hawaii on a photo shoot.
A model. I knew it. Well, anyway, there was a murder here on the lake. The trial's tomorrow.
Mr. Larry Butts. Huh? Neat.
The defendant is
Cool.
Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth.
Nick? Why would Larry know Edgeworth?
Whoa, Nick. You don't mean that Miles Edgeworth? Old Edgy?
Yeah, he's a murder suspect.
What the fuck? Whoa, murder?
Huh? You know Mr. Edgeworth, Larry?
Of course I do. Phoenix Wright's boy. I mean, yeah, of course. Phoenix is Nick's longtime crush. Edge was in the same class as us in grade school.
Mm.
We're like literal children.
What?
We're literally babies.
Samurai
Oh
dogs.
my goodness. Tell me about the dogs.
Well, the dog is in me. Oh, you mean the
What?
samurai dogs? I got that dog in me.
Huh?
It's in my tummy. I ate a samurai dog earlier.
Okay. Why are they samurai dogs?
Oh, that makes me want to make mac and cheese with hot dogs tonight.
Because they're samurai themed hot
Ooh.
dogs.
I mean, they kind of look gourd-shaped.
Nick thinking about Edgeworth's samurai dog.
Uh-huh.
Oh, well, originally they were gourd dogs, you know, like guard dogs. That's cute.
Ouch.
That's silly. Oh, okay, Maya. But the samurai thing was Beyonce's idea. Oh, she's my woman, you know.
Hmm.
She was all, change the name and you go, girlfriend.
I think maybe Beyonce does think that you're a butch woman.
Like a massive
Yeah.
Bush woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She made me that banner. Man, the kids can't get enough of those samurai dogs. They love hot dog. Just like how I love hot dogs. Who doesn't love a hot dog?
Something about that just seems wrong.
The samurai dogs? Oh, and guess what? We're getting a ton of customers here at the lake. Well, with the big news.
The murder?
Mhm.
Big news.
Yeah, Gordy, not the murder. Did you forget about the other thing?
Yes. Gordy?
Edgeworth.
Edgewood.
So, Mr. Edgeworth was your classmate, Larry.
We were literally 12. Yeah, Nick, him, and I used to hang out all the time. The three of us. Besties.
Wow. I never knew.
Don't get me wrong, he's always been kind of a stick in the mud. But like a cool stick in the mud. trying studying all the time, trying to be like father. Yapping about how he'd be like his father.
Like his father?
Studying, being smart, saying that he'll be like his father. Yeah, Edgy's pop was a famous defense lawyer back in the day.
Wow.
Yeah, he keeps studying about it and keep talking about it. How he'd be like his father.
Like his father? Wait. You said defense lawyer?
Yeah.
Wait a second. But Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecuting attorney.
Oh? What? Edgy's got a proboscis on his knee?
Oh my gosh.
No, he's a prosecuting attorney. It's like the total opposite of a defense lawyer.
Huh? Huh, go figure. He always used to talk about defending the weak who are unable to defend themselves. That's weird. Man, he used to go on and on about man's duty to society and all that. What a bore. I wonder what changed his mind, though.
It's an allegory for him being gay.
Do you know, Nick? Smiles at you?
Huh?
I know you're gay.
Nick.
Anyways, Gordy.
What's Gordy?
Huh? You mean you don't know? In here in this very lake, a giant mysterious monster, Gordy!
Monster?
Monster? Yeah. Check it out! This is an article from yesterday's newspaper. There's a photo.
Wow, it's really real.
Or Photoshop. Well...
Wow.
Unless...
Nick, a monster! A real monster! I just had a thought. What if the pistol was actually Gordy?
In the background?
In the silhouettes.
In the Gordy silhouette jump scare.
But like,
Hey.
you know what I mean, right? Like, I can see it.
Like, it's kind of
Yeah.
sticking out a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and it just looks like it is, and that
Hmm.
means the photos are
Well,
wrong.
can I look at the other picture?
Yeah,
Look at it real quick.
you can check.
I mean,
Not quite. Maybe?
Wait.
Mm,
I mean,
Good thing to think about, though.
okay,
Hmm.
okay.
well, Gordy also kind of looks like a log.
True.
Yeah. It's probably just a log or something, right? Hey, there's a quote here from the person who took the photo. What's this? I set the camera to automatic, and when we got into frame, I heard a loud bang, like an explosion, followed by the sounds of something slipping into the water.
I wish I could have seen it.
Why would there be a sound like an explosion? Larry, can I borrow this article from you?
Sure, no problem. That'll be $1 million.
Larry.
Larry. Oh, 1 million?
Grow up, Larry.
No.
He's just goofing.
40 article added to the court record.
They're besties. They're goofing.
Let's
I wonder if I guess you could check the road rental, but you could also see if Edgeworth wants to talk.
Yeah.
no, nothing.
You can see if Edgeworth wants to talk for once.
No, go back.
Oh, Edgeworth.
Oh my
Edgeworth.
gosh.
Still gone.
Edgeworth.
Mother.
I guess we're not done
Fucker.
Motherfucker. Fucker of mothers.
Oh.
Oh, well. Yeah, I guess. Is she back?
That's what you said.
No.
Fly.
Oh no, she went to the police.
To the police.
The police. December 25th, Police Department Criminal Affairs.
Not a gumshoe in sight.
It's gone.
If
Go
you're
ahead,
looking
Squid.
for Detective Gumshoe, he's in the questioning room. Apparently an important witness turned up. He'll be in
Oh.
there a while.
A lot of hearts. It has to be.
Oh. Well. Okay. Now, does he
Okay.
want to talk to us?
No.
What is it?
Welcome home.
Oh. Nothing. Just something's been bothering me. Could you show me the autopsy report once more?
I want to see what she's looking at. Tell me that sometimes 24th or 25th. 1 bullet short to the heart.
I'm gonna get some water.
Okay.
Yo, we might take a break
Hey!
here in a second. As well.
I remember now. Yeah. This guy. He's a lawyer that was at the office that Mia worked at. I met him once I went there to hang out with Sis. Oh my god, I can't read.
That office? Wait. You mean Grossberg's office?
Right, that guy.
That was the last name I expected to come up. Maybe I should go talk to him, for old time's sake. Oh, we can go talk to our
Who was-
guy.
Who was Grossberg? Was it me?
I think it was.
Oh, I don't remember what the fuck I gave him. Okay, let's go. Let's do this
Well.
shit. December 25th. Grossberg Law Offices.
Yeah, I think about 10 minutes. We'll take a break.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ahem.
Ah, that old familiar clearing of the throat.
I do not remember his voice. Aha! You're Mia's something, are you not?
I was her understudy, yes. Phoenix Wright.
Aha! And you're Mia's something too, are you not? Her little sister, yes. You've grown. You've come to look a lot like your sister, you know. It takes me back. Ah, the days of my youth. Like the scent of fresh lemon. You see.
Mr. Grossberg, sir?
Yes. I beg your pardon. Of course you came here to discuss something. What is it then? Is something the matter?
Yeah. What happened?
I do not remember this man's voice. I am just
I
going
think
with
that
a new
might have
one.
been it anyways.
I don't know, man.
There was a murder last night.
A murder?
You haven't heard?
I just got up, you see.
Well, Miles Edgeworth shot someone with a pistol.
Edgeworth? What? Who did he shoot?
Well, the identity of the victim is still unknown.
This is terrible news indeed.
I guess he hadn't heard anything. Can I present that image? I can't present the
boy.
profile. Okay.
The autopsy report?
No, I wanted to show him the oh, maybe. Oh, okay.
Strange. I feel as though I've seen this man somewhere before. Ah!
Did you remember?
No. He was a lawyer here in my office. That's Hammond, Robert Hammond. Mr. Hammond? And you say this is the man Miles Edgeworth shot?
Yes.
Okay.
Alright.
Robert.
That painting.
Robert.
Mr. Grossberg? What happened to that painting?
It's still gone.
Oh, yes. I do not think it shall ever be coming back home to this office. I can't exactly claim it as stolen. I suppose it's my just desserts. Old, bitter desserts.
Okay. Well,
Alright.
who is this Hammond guy anyway?
Mr. Hammond. He was the defense attorney in that case.
That case?
Yes, the DL6 incident.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the
Oh,
DL6
yeah.
incident.
DL6? Why does that sound familiar?
It was
Oh,
like
Phoenix.
discussing the very first case or whatever.
Yeah.
Perhaps you remember?
I'm sure someone mentioned it during the trial for Mia's murder.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That was the incident where the police were so at a loss they used a spirit medium. Wait, you don't mean... Was that medium my mother? Yes, my dear. The spirit medium, Misty Faye, your mother, contacted the spirit of the victim. But the case was at a loss. No conviction was made. The DL6 incident, yes. Happened 15 years ago. A very strange case indeed.
They
They never caught the... Oh. No, it was you.
It was me, yeah, okay.
I saw his mustache moving still.
Yeah.
His mustache always moves. This is.
I don't know.
They never caught the
schmoover.
criminal, right? Yeah, he's always wiggling it.
Correct. I just assume that means mouth talking.
Mm-hmm.
Misty Faye used her powers to talk to the spirit of the late victim. Her testimony led to charges being laid against one man. But Mr. Hammond won the case and the suspect was declared innocent.
The subsect.
Well, that was Mr. White, right?
Was that?
Mr. White was the guy that they were trying to pin, right?
I
don't know.
Okay.
don't remember.
I don't remember.
And the police blamed my mother, calling her a fraud. You were the one who helped her out then, right, Mr. Roseberg? Er, yes. Yes, quite. Thank you. No, please. Don't mention it.
DL6. Never thought I'd hear that name again.
But, wait. What does that case have anything to do with Mr. Edgeworth?
It has everything to do with Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh,
It has
Oh.
everything to do with Mr. Edgeworth, my dear.
well, you guessed
I
it.
didn't even see the line. I didn't even see the line. I just knew.
You just knew.
Mhm.
The victim of the DL6 incident was none other than his own father, Gregory Edgeworth.
Oh my god.
And not kilometers Edgeworth.
Not kilometers.
What? His father? If you want to know more, you should ask him yourself.
Yap to him about his trauma.
Show him this. I'm sure he'll talk to you.
Look at this photograph.
Look at this
Wait.
photograph.
Look at this. Look at this. Look.
This is a photo of my mother.
Misty face photo. Alright.
Does it? Do you want to take a break now?
Yes.
Yeah, let's
My
take
mother
a
made
break.
pasta.
'Cause it's
She
about
left
to be-
some for me.
Ooh, yummy!
And I'm going to eat it.
I should
I'm gonna
also
consume a
get something to
sandwich.
Yeah.
Break time.
Break time.
Break time.
Alright, everybody, take your
Don't
breaks.
break anything.
Do some fishing. We'll be right back.
Do some
Yeah,
fishing.
get fishing.
Mm.
Fish away.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I was not threatening people.
Yeah, Mickey was threatening to beat me up.
No, I would
Yeah.
never ever do such a thing.
Why does Mickey always look smaller every time? Mickey, get bigger.
I don't know.
Get
I
bigger.
don't know. You can't just tell people to get bigger. That's not how height works. What the hell?
Okay, there we go. I fixed it. I don't know why every
Oh my
time I start to
goodness.
string, you like get smaller and smaller.
Might be.
Oh my
It
God.
do be like that.
Microscopic.
Microscopic.
So we
Microscopic.
have to go
Talk to
see
Edgeworth.
I gotta talk to Mr. Edgeworth.
December 25th, Detention Center Visitors Room.
Wow. Major Edgeworth. What's this? I was hoping you'd gotten my message the first time. Why can't you take a hint, Phoenix Wright?
Edgeworth, what about your defense?
Ellipses exclamation point.
It's
It's no concern of yours.
Guess he hasn't found anyone yet.
I have no friends.
Oh wait, I have to show him this.
You can. Oh yeah.
Misty
He's just gonna be like, I don't want to do. Hold on, pause. This is very important. Check the general chat in.
Oh.
Go take a look, Squid.
Where?
Oh my god!
In the Keeks in the family.
Oh my
Family chat?
god!
Oh,
That baby!
that
Little
baby!
fat squid baby.
Oh,
We've shown him our bad trip before.
I'm gonna share Fat Squid Baby.
Show us fat squid baby
Yay!
featuring
That
Papa
baby.
Keeks.
Fat
Oh.
baby.
That baby.
The baby half my size. Fear.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so guys, recently
Fearful.
I've been talking about baby squid.
Mhm.
Mm.
And I need to
Small
show
baby
you-
squid.
And I was like, how funny would it be if he was a fat baby?
Fat baby.
Fat baby.
And now I'm gonna show you an image that Geeks has just sent us.
Yeah,
Where's
very.
Fat baby. Here he is. Look at my son. Actually, look, it's Keek's son, but my son.
What the fuck?
Look at that fat baby.
I love our
Look at that.
father who is a chibi.
Our chibi father.
Just always
Hell
our
yeah.
chibi father. Chibi-fied
Oh,
father.
Fat
Yeah.
baby. Oh,
Fat baby.
fat. I love him.
I love that like the squid proportions are still the squid proportions. It's just like very chunky.
He's just chunky.
Yeah.
It's still very long. Like he's like being held like a cat.
Long baby, but very chunky, round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his one
He
curly
ate all the
cute
soup,
hair.
but he can have one hair.
A singular hair.
Yeah, this little
He's
curly cute hair on top of my head currently, it's the same one.
it's the same one since birth. It never
You were
grew
born with
anywhere.
I was born with it. It's not a hair, it's a growth.
It's a growth!
No, it's a hair.
Are you sure about that?
Well,
Are you
It's
confident in that
actually-
occurring?
It's your antenna.
that's my antenna,
I thought you
yeah.
said it's your intestines. I was gonna be very scared.
Nikki, why would you think this?
I don't know.
You just
You know how it
know.
plays.
intestines.
It's true. I do really like intestines.
I guess I can show you guys the
Yum.
other baby picture. There's
Yeah,
no like
the will
spoilers
bite.
for anything.
Yeah, what is there to spoil?
Ha 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 ha.
there's-
Sluts.
There's
Yeah.
nothing to spoiler. What do you mean?
He's been put in containment.
He's got his one hair.
His singular hair.
The piece of hair is
Oh.
the actual squid. Everything else is their twin. Look at the baby.
Yeah, it's actually this is a mech. that little sprout, that little hair sprout, that's Squid's real brain.
Yeah.
The
it's
rest
like
of
Boba
the
Fett.
body, yeah, the rest of the body is just like a flesh mech.
It's a parasite.
It's like an
Yeah.
Evangelion.
Yeah. It is an Evangelion.
You're an Evangelion, and the sprout is you. little antenna, the hoge.
Containment breach incoming. Yeah. He's gonna use his
Can
two
we-
teeth.
Yeah, SCP, where it's just squid but baby.
Yeah.
And he like bites your like ankles
With his little
with his
squid
2
beak
teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, but only 2 teeth. They're growing in.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, that's my recent obsession is Squid
Mm.
Baby. I
The
think about him a
squid.
lot.
The squaby.
The
The
Squaby.
squaby, if you will.
The
The
fat
the
baby, the fat
squinfant.
Squaby.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
The squinfant
The
squiled.
Squinfant.
The squinfant.
Oh
uh,
my gosh. Okay, anyways, Ace Attorney.
Ace Attorney.
I want to start crying about my own baby.
mm-hmm. What do you say? Oh,
Edgeworth.
no, it's Phoenix. It's only been a matter of hours since you last visited. Yet you've made incredible progress in your investigation.
Yeah, it's almost like I'm good at my job.
It's almost like you have a linear path that you have to follow, otherwise I won't let you continue. I'll admit it, I'm impressed, right? Sorry, dunking on Phoenix, right? You were always single-minded in your work, though. Once you start on something, you always see it through, don't you?
About the DL6 incident.
Right. DL6. I didn't want you to find out about it. And my dad is super dead.
Oh,
That is why I refuse to offer to that's why I've refused your offer to defend me. I'm sorry if it sounded like I thought you weren't up to the job.
Oh, his
He's so
little squinty
concerned.
face. Yeah.
He's so silly.
Oh.
He's so cute. I just wanted to keep you away from DL6.
So, do you still think it would have been better for me to stay away?
Are you rubbing your nose?
Yes.
I
Oh,
don't
how do you know?
Oh, I could hear it in your voice, Phoenix.
No!
Okay.
You're sitting. I can hear it. I can know. Yeah, I can hear you.
I heard your nose being
I'm
rubbed.
sorry, I had
Well, I heard the nasalisms.
I have
That's okay. No, you're fine. I just thought it was funny.
It is funny.
I don't know, but I see no point in hiding anything from you now.
I'm getting text from my manager again.
Oh.
Well, shit. Very well.
Well,
My 2 genders. We're waiting for the squid to finish texting.
Sorry,
Good
everybody.
texting.
Give
The
me 2 seconds.
texter.
no, you're good. It's
Because I
important.
have to train people tomorrow, so I'm getting information from
Ah,
my...
I love training people.
It's so great.
You have to
good.
train. You have to train.
I
them
love
in combat.
training the people who I report to. I love doing that. That's my favorite part.
Oh boy.
I mean, it's fair, but like the other half of me is like, usually this is the other way around.
The Mickey Polyp.
The Mickey Polyp.
Wait, where?
Where?
Mickey Polyp.
Mickey Polyp.
Oh my god.
This is so cute. You can't show this one yet.
You
I
can't share this one.
I can't. But it's so cute.
Oh, we're gonna have to do new what's it called? Ace Attorney PNGs, which I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
mind. I've
That's
been meaning to
true.
redo mine.
Yeah, I want to redo them. I think I could do better.
I mean, we
Yay,
can always save them for the
Mickey
next
Polyp.
Ace Attorney game that we do.
That's true.
Although we're gonna take a quick break and then do the last one,
Yeah,
aren't
yeah,
we?
yeah.
You're doing the
Yeah,
break game,
'cause-
TM, right?
Yeah.
And
We're
I
gonna
don't
do the
know if
break
I'm gonna
game
jump
first.
right into the next Ace Attorney after that. I might start another thing. I might save Ace Attorney for like after really big stuff. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair, because at that
No,
point, that
think
means
about
we could all do the reduns at
Yeah.
that point,
Mhm.
which
Yeah.
would make sense.
Yeah, I have a
Yeah.
whole slew of stuff I have to plan for future stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, we can just do sillies. We should play Minecraft again. I miss playing Minecraft.
We
should.
should.
We gotta play like stupid, goofy, like variety games.
So. Yeah, and I gotta get you
Repo
guys to
or
play
something.
Repo with me.
Yeah,
Ah.
I play Repo. I'm like a weenie.
That's all. I'm a weenie too, and I'm bad at that game, and it's
Yeah.
fun.
I've never
is
played it in my
fun.
life.
I can't wait. I got
It'll be
forced to
fun.
play
It's
it.
goofy.
It was enjoyable.
It's really goofy. It's got voice chat. The chat in game is goofy as hell.
Yeah, it's very good. It's very, very good.
And then I
Um,
mean, if it's only the 3 of us, I can probably get more people to join us for Repo as well, because it's kind of It's kind of better with a couple more people. I think the
Okay.
Yeah.
group size is 6. Maybe if some of
Huh.
you guys, some chat members, have repo.
Yeah.
I wanna
No, I'm
join.
shy.
Monster Prom 4 was also announced. Oh, that'd be a Monster
Oh.
Prom game would be interesting, I
I do
think.
have a couple Monster
Mm.
Prom games.
I also have Monster Prom technically.
I think I have the first one, if I remember
Mhm.
correctly.
My-
That might be
my-
funny.
Thing is, I'm not very good dating sim.
No, that's
Mm.
fair.
Yeah. I'm neutral to dating sims, which you would think I would be more into them because of how much I love Yaoi Yuri, but
Don't worry, we'll
Yeah.
get a Yaoi dating
Mm.
sim.
Here's the thing.
oh no, like even then I'm like, okay, cool. I'd rather read the yaoi than do the gaming.
Yeah. Whenever I dating sim, I pretend I am not I'm not the player insert.
Yeah,
the
no,
player
it's
insert
a
is their own
character that
damn
I'm-
character.
yeah.
That's what I always think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I
Makes
am
sense,
too.
makes sense.
Yeah, because I don't know, it's weird to me otherwise.
It's weird to put myself in
Yeah. That's fair, yeah, because that's what makes me not into it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
you
And
gotta,
they
like,
already have the
project it.
character
The
designs.
characters
They do
that
have the
you're
cute little
playing as is
characters.
one of your
They-
goobies. Yeah.
It's not one of my
My-
goobies,
my
exactly.
board
Exactly.
Alright. Hell yeah. Maybe we can do a Monster Prom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll do my best. Somehow I'd rather do the scary game than the dating sim, which is so strange.
So
Oh, we could
fair.
do
So out of character for me.
Dark
Mm.
Hours.
Oh,
as
we
well,
could. Oh, yeah,
since
Dark
we got the
Hour.
full versions.
Yeah.
Yeah, you forced it upon me.
It was on sale, so I figured.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, we could give it a try. It might also still be scuffed and there might be other stuff on it, but
Yeah.
Eh,
you
it's
gotta learn
fine.
how to deal with the monsters.
Yeah.
The monsters. Well, we know 2 of them.
We know 2 of them, because
Yeah.
that's the only 2 that were in the free version.
Yeah.
Is it only
Mhm.
the 2 of them? It was the ghost?
Yeah, those are the only 2.
The ghost lady and the
Yeah,
monster
the one
male.
that's like
The, like, clicker
the one that's like
guy.
kind of sexy is only in the full version.
Sag.
The one that's
Yeah.
kind of sexy.
You know the one. Did you see the trailer? You know the one that I'm
No.
talking about.
Maybe? I'll have to look.
I forgot.
Well, watch the trailer, and it's like the only one that's there, and that's the one that's a little sexy.
I might have. I'll have to jog my memory later.
I like that one because like the jump scares like aren't that scary, and that's coming from me, a weenie.
Yeah.
Like the way that they're done and like paced is like it strangely kills the tension.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how else to explain it. Like it's okay, it's cute, it's whatever. It's like whatever.
And the monsters are pretty
Whatever.
easy to deal with.
Yeah.
Although in our
I agree.
case, I think we were using Discord chat. I'm sure it would have been harder if we used actual VC
That is true.
in the game because of the guy that listens to you yapping. It'll beat you up.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why we were able to do that so easily is because we were using Discord and not using the in-game chat. Because otherwise we would have been cooked.
Mhm.
We would have been cooked. I would have been cooked. I was knocking on that wall repeatedly.
I like the idea. Is Edgeworth talking about sexy monster people to Phoenix and Maya at the window?
The conversation
don't
we're
worry about
currently
it.
having.
You know that video game with the really sexy monster? You know the one.
You know the one.
Yeah. Yeah.
You saw the trailer.
We should play it sometime.
We should
Phoenix.
play that video game sometime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we could do.
I just want to see that sexy monster.
I should probably get back to doing some more Final Fantasy as well.
I'll
I might- if I
resub
wanna
if you do.
If I want to do a second stream during the week, I might like do our series streams on Tuesdays, and then like Final Fantasy on Thursdays or something.
Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
You do need to do a little bit more of MSQ, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I'm still I'm still at level 30. But
Hey, you haven't done
I
that
haven't
bit yet.
continued
Okay.
much. Every time I log on, it's just to keep doing gold saucer stuff.
There's also like holiday event stuff. I think you missed some. I don't know if you
I know.
did.
I was trying to look because some of them were like, one of them was like a photo one, a photo
Well,
event.
there was a Valentine's Day one that we missed.
Yeah, I missed that one. I wasn't able to do
With the
that one.
goofy like pose emote.
Yeah.
It's really cute. I also missed it because I wasn't subbed. And then there's the recent one, which is the Little Ladies Day.
Yeah, I saw all those emotes and stuff were on sale on the website. I was looking at it earlier.
Yeah, you can. They're like the free emotes will come back around on the next year anyway. It's just that like they're for free when you get it on the day, like during the event. But yeah, if you let me know when you start playing again, I can try to resub.
And I'll actually start.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh
you can
yeah.
try,
We have
yeah.
to get Mickey to start.
Yeah, you make it your OC.
Hell
That's
Yeah.
a little OC. Yeah.
I might redo the OC because I kind of the tiny ones intrigue me more
The
than the one I
The
Lalafels.
Lalafell are really
Yeah.
I
silly.
love them.
I think they're cute.
They're
People
funny.
hate a lot on Lalafels. I love them.
What?
I think they're just like
They're so
goofy guys.
They're so
Yeah, they
silly.
seem like
And their
the
emotes
impression
are
they
so
give me
funny.
is goofy guys.
Yeah, because like also there's like they're like a lot of them are like horrible capitalists, which is like
That
funnier
is
to me.
true.
That's hilarious.
They're like
Given-
capitalistic overlords.
Yeah,
I'm
you're either
used to
like a
that.
capitalist or a construction worker.
Yeah,
I'm
there's like a
used to
few
being
farmer.
interacting
Yeah,
fine,
farmer.
It's cool.
Yeah.
You have the two genres of Lalafell: farmer or capitalist.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's awesome. Yeah. Anyways,
Anyways,
Okay,
Ace
very
Attorney.
well. Yeah.
Ace Attorney.
Enough about Final Fantasy, the critically acclaimed MMORPG. Ask whatever you like, and I will answer to the best of my abilities.
Okay.
I
so
will
let's
cooperate
go
now.
Talk.
Backspace.
The old six
Yep.
incident.
Getting right on into it, huh? The DL6 incident was when my father died. Ow.
Oh.
Ah!
Oh.
Right before my eyes. Oh, fuck! He was shot and killed, and I saw it all.
Oh shit. Hold on. Should
I watched my father die, Phoenix.
In...
Oh.
Why are you distracted?
Sorry,
I'm talking about my
still
tragic
answering a
backstory.
I'm talking about my
No,
trauma.
it's fine. I'm trauma dumping, Phoenix.
Imagine trauma something to Phoenix. Hold on, I got a text real quick.
Sorry, my manager.
Phoenix.
Okay, I'm just.
What the fuck?
That's really funny.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
That's
Some of us
It's
are too
funnier that
important
way.
at work for some reason.
Wow.
Some of us have to do the work of like 10 people.
Oh.
My memories from that time are foggy. I suppose it's a self-defense mechanism. In any case, a suspect was arrested. A man.
Men.
It's pretty good, man. It's pretty clear he was the only one who could have killed my father. The spirit medium they used to talk to my late father said the same thing. It was an attorney by the name of Robert Hammond that cleared the suspect's name.
And Hammond.
And Hammond. Oh,
Yeah. Sorry.
that's you.
It'd be like that.
And
sometimes.
Hammond is the victim in the Gourd Lake murder.
He's so sad. Correct.
That spirit medium. That was my mom.
Oh my god. What? You mean you're... I'm calm now. It's strange.
I'm normal.
I'm normal again. I thought that terrible incident was about to end, and now, this.
About to end.
Huh. I wonder what that means. The DL6 incident happened 15 years ago. 15 years ago, on December 28th.
December 28th?
Like in a few days, as the anniversary of my father dying. The statute of limitations on the case runs out in 3 days. What? Yes.
What?
Nick? What does that mean?
When a case's statute of limitation runs out, legally the case never happened.
3 days from now, DL6 will be closed. Forever.
What happened to the suspect? The one who got off innocent?
I don't know. He disappeared from public view. Nobody knows where to. If he's still alive, he'd be about 50 years old now.
guess I can understand why he'd go into hiding. It'd be hard to live a normal life after being a murder suspect in such a big case.
So was your father a lawyer?
Yeah,
Oh,
he was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
Gregory Edgeworth. He was quite famous at the time, apparently. I wouldn't know I was 12.
So you were sort of trying to follow in his footsteps.
Don't bring that up, Maya. You're gonna
Ellipses.
make him angst.
I'd rather not talk about it. Don't talk to me.
Present. The picture.
I don't think...
I don't know anything.
Let me offer him this.
Picture of gun.
Look at this photograph.
Look at this
photograph.
Look at this.
Photograph.
Who would have thought there'd be a photo?
Edgeworth, did you shoot him?
No. Nuh-uh. What do you think, Wright?
Okay, you can't just ask me that. I needed the answer. I don't think you're the kind to point a gun at anyone, no.
So you didn't shoot him?
No, I didn't. It wasn't me. Right.
Hmm?
It pains me to ask you this now.
I know. He wants to defend you.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Will you?
Of course we won't.
No.
you. Fuck
Yes.
you, Edward, now.
Of course we will. Ah, who could have guessed this day would come?
Not me.
This is my chance to finally pay you back.
Pay him back?
Pay me back. For what? I don't remember ever doing anything for you.
Never mind. I guess you don't really need to know.
Huh. My letter of request. Yeah. Please give it to Detective Gumshoe.
Edgeworth's request.
Sure.
Put in pocket.
I think that I know what he's talking about because of cultural osmosis.
Well, I guess we
I may be wrong,
should...
though.
What's
I don't
that?
know. An earthquake, Nick! It's a big one! Ah! It's calming down. That was scary.
Huh?
Don't worry about Edgeworth. He's having a panic attack.
Huh? Where's Edgeworth?
He's having a panic attack on the ground.
He's having a
Don't worry about it.
yeah. Another
He's
thing,
good.
yeah.
Yeah.
There. He's on the floor in a
Aw.
ball, shivering.
Edgeworth!
Not exaggerating. He's just on the floor.
Yeah. I guess he doesn't do so well with earthquakes.
Oh no.
Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's fine.
I'm
sure it's
worrying
nothing.
about it. He seems so
Here's the thing.
I'm sure this doesn't mean. this doesn't
Ironically
happen to
enough,
you.
I think this is the case where I've cultural osmosis the most out of Ace Attorney.
Really?
Yes,
Yeah, I
because
guess so.
Oh.
it would make the most sense given blinks at you.
I'm blinking at you.
Oh no.
Nodding.
Blinking at you.
I've heard of
I'm
running.
blinking back at you. I'm nodding.
But curling up in a
Nodding, yeah.
ball?
Phoenix, you ever seen a man with trauma?
Well, I guess we're done. We're just gonna leave him like that?
No.
Poor baby.
Mr. Edgeworth doesn't seem like he's going to stand up anytime soon.
I think he needs a therapist.
I think, can we like get someone for him?
That cop? Can that cop do anything?
That cop is like a fucking statue. I think
That's
that's
not a
never...
real man. I think that's just like a
ACAB.
statue.
What
That's
the
not
fuck?
a man, dude.
He's a mannequin.
Let's go, Nick.
Let's leave.
Right. We have to give Edgeworth's letter of request to Detective Gumshoe.
We have to give Edgeworth's letter of request to Detective Gumshoe.
Detective
Well,
Gumshoe.
bye.
Bye!
Detective December 25th, Police
Detective
Department
25th.
Criminal Affairs.
Police detective of
25.
criminal affairs.
26. It's 25.
What?
Can't read.
Oh, whoa.
What's going on here?
What's wrong, detective?
Yeah, what the heck is
This-
going on?
Wild lady comes in here just a while ago. Says she's come to talk to y'all after hearing what Mr. White had to say. What's this all about, pal?
A lot of hearts.
More like a lot of fart.
Why are you going around finding more witnesses?
You wanted more witnesses.
Ugh.
Not for Edgeworth killing him.
You
Yeah.
want to give Mr. Edgeworth the death sentence, pal?
No, not at all. Just, I mean, she did see something. There's nothing I can do about that. I can't go around covering up evidence. I'm not Edgeworth.
Mhm.
Oh. You trying to say something about the way I do my job?
Do you think I'm trying to say something about your job?
Yes.
No, sir. Look what I got. I'm like waving in his face. Smack him a little bit.
Hey, you did it, pal. Glad I waited till the last minute to file those papers. I'll open right up and start new ones for you.
Thanks, detective. Well, see you in court tomorrow then.
Good luck, pal.
He go hee hee ho ho.
Hey. You guys feel that earthquake a little while back? I was worried. Worried? We're fine. I've lived out here my whole life. I'm pretty used to them by now.
No, you haven't. You've lived on that mountain.
Yeah. Oh, I wasn't worried about you two.
Aww.
I was worried about Mr. Edgewolf.
How many times has there been an earthquake and you've gently cradled him in your arms, Gumshoe? Be honest.
You lifted him.
Oh, right. He did seem to overreact a little now that you mention it.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. It was a pretty big quake. I'm going to go check on him.
Aww.
You two go eat and get your rest for tomorrow's trial. Later. I wonder what it is with Mr. Edgeworth and earthquakes.
Probably trauma.
Probably trauma.
I wonder. He was never that scared of them when he was in school. Then again, I only really got to know him in the 4th grade. He transferred to another school after that. I wonder what
Yeah.
happened to Edgeworth.
To be continued.
Yarg.
Save my progress? Yes.
Yay! Are we gonna continue more, or
Do we want to stop there?
I'm fine with whatever because I don't have work tomorrow.
Do we want to
We
stop there
could-
and do something
We
silly?
could do something else.
Yeah.
We could do something silly.
silly.
All right, let me
Hello, Sly.
rapidly
Hello,
tap
buffet.
escape until it lets me.
December 26, 9:44 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 2.
Number 2. I'm here. Goodbye. Now escape. Get me out of
All
here.
right. So, what do we want to do?
I didn't think this far ahead.
What else do we want to do? Huh?
Repo?
You want to play some Repo?
I don't care.
We can do
Anything's
that.
fine.
Anything's fine with me. I had to download it.
Okay, go ahead and download it. We'll do some yapperin'.
Oh, what about that goofy game that was free that Mickey showed?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Fucking,
yeah, which
the
one's that
played-up
one?
The
Let me
free
see.
one.
Oh yeah, let me see.
I downloaded it, or I didn't download it, but I got it. Put it in
Yeah,
the library.
it should still be available right now.
Yeah, is
Yeah,
it like a?
I
I
need
already added it to my
Party Club. I
Party
added it. I think I have to download it.
Party Club.
Yeah. I
Is
downloaded
this
it, right?
like a what is this?
It's like an
It's
overcooked
played up as game.
fusion.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That's what my sister said anyway.
From what the looking at the video, yeah, it looks like it was just like if Overcooked and Played Up had a baby.
Yeah.
We could give it a try.
Installing.
Yeah. Oh, this is a very quick install.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lie. I'm a liar.
Hmm.
And immediately was like, nope, fuck you.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Hmm.
Okay, let's see.
Screen. Yeah.
Starting download, and then I need to change this to Party
Oh, I should switch
Club.
BNGs.
Oh yeah.
Squid, put me on your shoulder.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to swap mine too. Party. Party Club. Done.
Party.
Party.
Japarty.
Party.
Jamaica, they're lost down in. Jamaica, they can't even Japarty. It's so unfair.
Huh?
Doesn't know.
What are you
guys
saying?
Not know Japarty.
No.
No.
Did you guys ever watch Total Drama?
Yeah.
Okay, it's from Total Drama.
No.
It's Canadian. It's basically Canadian Danganronpa.
I mean, I guess so. Yeah.
It kind of is. To be fair.
Jamaica,
That's why I
they're
know of
lost
it
down in.
as. Huh?
It was just one of the songs. I
Mhm.
think it was for Total Drama World, maybe.
World Tour was the one with the songs, yeah.
Yeah. It's just when they were lost in Jamaica, there was a song where the one guy,
Oh.
the
Squid,
that
put me
one
on
like
your shoulder.
sulfur
Squid, put
blonde
me on your
guy,
shoulder.
he was singing about it. He said they can't even Japarty.
In Jamaica.
It's so funny to me.
Squid, put me on your shoulder
I'm
and
getting
shrink
there.
me.
I'm getting there.
Please, please. I'm upside down. I'm defying the laws of gravity.
Where's my transform? I have to flip you. Oh, why didn't it let me flip you?
What the fuck?
Transform.
Help.
Oh,
Hmm.
what the?
What are you doing?
It won't let me. Oh my gosh.
It's not letting me get flipped.
It's not letting me flip you the correct way.
What the fuck?
Hold
Aw.
on. Maybe is it me? Am I
What the heck?
stupid?
What the hell?
Where
What
I
the
lost
hell?
the Mickey. Hold on.
You lost me?
I lost the Mickey.
No!
Oh no, I found it. I
God.
found the Mickey.
Okay, good.
Criminy.
Okay. All right. Mikus.
Me.
Transform.
I'm Mikus.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
put
it
this
is
one on.
not. It's not flipping.
Well,
Well,
that's fine.
can I reset? Yes. Oh, there you go.
Hmm.
Oh, okay.
Somehow that fixed it.
Okay. Fair enough.
Let me turn that off. And then, oh,
Yay.
yippee,
Yay.
Aya.
I am poking Aya's head now, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
You're poking the like ponytail, the side pony.
I'm messing with it.
Yay. It's probably
Yay.
fluffy.
It is probably fluffy.
Pokey, pokey. Yeah. Oh yeah, if I scoot you closer.
He's so small.
He's a little, yeah, but I'm gonna
Grab a
make Mickey
controller. This game
You can do
This
it.
game needs a controller for the best experience. So grab an Xbox controller or a DualSense
No.
controller or any kind of controller-looking
No.
device that
No.
can connect to your PC. No,
No.
I would never.
I'm gonna have you poke Aya right in the beauty mark.
Okay.
You can make Aya shorter because I think canonically, he'd be shorter.
That's
Yeah.
true. Well, now
I'm
you're
just
getting
very
poked in the
smart
Squid
eye.
is 6'4".
I'm the shortest
Well,
of
but have
the
a
three.
pork my fucking my,
Well,
my,
I mean,
like
you are
hair
shorter.
head.
It's just the ears.
Yeah, just bring
Yeah.
it down. Bring it down. No, more than that. Because if it's this, then Aya's like, what?
I think I'm gonna make you just bigger, but move you
Yeah, down
shorter.
here. There you go. There you go. Oh, it's so loud. Oh god.
Oh god.
Yeah, it's a little loud.
Also, it does seem to be going with the all like
No.
it's all labeled with. Oh no, there we
No,
go. Just
you
press
can, yeah,
enter.
just a second.
Yeah.
Okay, party club's downloaded. Yippee!
Mm-hmm.
I think you have to do a tutorial.
Oh, probably. I do not have a controller, so that's fine.
No,
that's
it's fine. Okay, let me. Can I
Don't show this.
send-
Okay. I'm pressing OK.
Mm.
I think it's all keyboard. You might want to
Yeah, you
put
can
down
just press
your
enter
quality.
with English. It's fine.
Alright, so
There's keyboard options.
game.
Okay, volume go down.
Oh, it's so lag. Okay. You're gonna have to use your arrow keys and not your mouse.
Oh god.
No, you can
okay.
also use Wazda.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. It's just like instead of a mouse on
Yeah,
the
there's
screen,
like
you have
no
to use
mouse.
Party club. And then game capture.
Okay.
Party club.
You're gonna have to turn down your settings as well.
Oh
Yeah,
Jesus.
you're definitely gonna have
It's
to.
like kind of. It's like it gets like it gets a little crunchy.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let me make sure.
You have to do a tutorial.
Let me just make sure that this is viewable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see. WASD to move, shift to dash,
Mhm.
interaction space. So no mouse, but
I
control.
think it's very similar to the Overcooked controls, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think it's the same as like Overcooked or like Played Up and stuff.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
It's all just the Mooster. Mr. Mooster.
Mr. Mooster. Greetings, my friend. It seems you've taken your step forward to your name being inscribed in the ultimate book of fucker. You! 5 regions! Prove yourself, mixologists. I'm not doing this anymore.
Almost, you must get the book back from my brother, Dr. Mad Cow. Unfortunately, my colleagues
Oh.
and I can only guide you on this journey. We cannot resist him since he took all our recipes along with the book. Anyway, let's get to work without beating around the bush. How about stretching those legs a bit before you start?
Wow, you better start waddling around.
Wow. Oh, he's doing the... It looks like you haven't aged a day since we last met. Let's
Okay.
start by tidying up a bit before the customers arrive. First, you need to clean the dirt with the
This
mop,
is
then repair the
interesting.
table with the hammer before relocating it. Okay, interact to space. Space. Sweep, sweep, sweep. And then drop for control. Space this. Space this.
How
Schmack,
long
schmack,
is this?
schmack.
Oh, no, Jesus Christ.
Interact table.
Hammer, okay.
I guess put the table here. You still have some garbage in your venue. Let's place the garbage can. Garbage can. Put a garbage can right there. And then garbage, garbage, garbage.
Garbage.
Well done. The place is sparkling. The chest will come in handy during your journey. You can store things you don't need in it and also access your new purchases from there.
Wow.
Shop can be used to buy new items at the end of the day. Once you return to your venue, you will have to wait for the next day. Since it's your first day, I've put a few things in the chest for you. Once you put them in your venue, you can start your shift. To begin your shift, you need to place essential items at your venue. You can always check the to-do list to see what's missing or start your shift. Okay, so maybe let me... Can I put that in there? Toilet. Mop. I guess toilet's the other thing. Everyone's gonna piss in this corner.
Okay.
Yeah, this is very much like it's very similar to Played Up, but with like a very overcooked look.
Yeah.
as well.
Glass dispenser juice machine.
Mhm.
Oh, machines.
Oh my god.
Glass
Okay.
dispenser.
Oh my god.
Oh, the dash is crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
And then tools? Did I need to leave my tools out? Okay. Don't forget you can rotate an object before placing it to fit your preference. Everything seems to be in order for now if you already hit the gong and start the shift. Oh my gosh. This is a lot.
This is a lot.
How, it's not letting me pick up. Bing bong. Your first customer has already arrived. Go greet them at the entrance and walk them to their table. Hello.
Click anything.
Come over here, please. Try that. Your customer just ordered. Don't panic. I will tell you step by step what you need to do. Go to the glass dispenser and get a glass. Then you put the glass in the whisper juice machine. After the drink is ready, take it and serve it to the customer.
Wow.
Wow.
We make juice.
Take the juice.
We make a juice.
You've done it very well. If you want to serve it with style, hold down the attack key and release it to throw what you have in your hand. Hey, there's another customer waiting at the entrance.
Oh, this is fine. This is normal.
It's silly.
Pay attention to the type of customers before you seat them. There are 3 types of customers: feral,
my
neutral,
God.
and peaceful. Feral animals
This
will
is
fight.
wretched. Hold
Oh.
on.
This is wretched as hell.
Hold on. They're like shitting and pissing and throwing up everywhere.
Oh, it gets worse.
Oh no. Feral
really
animals
bad.
will fight if seated with other types, but they give more money. Neutrals don't start a fight, but will fight back when provoked. Lastly, peaceful animals run away when they sense any danger. You find out about other possibilities as you experience them. You can seat that bison with the rabbit. Okay. You can come here.
It's to beat up a bear.
Yeah.
Oh.
When you don't
Oh
have
my
space or prefer
God.
not to serve a particular customer, you can ask them to leave. Let's see how you handle
So
sending customers away.
confusing.
Okay.
Oh,
I think I can escape. I'll tell you the point where you can escape.
Oh, we were caught off guard. I put a purple juice on the counter for you. You can serve it. You can use the counters to put glasses on them. Okay. I guess you didn't think
Oh
you'd
my
become
God.
a mixologist just by pouring juice into a glass. Let me teach you how to mix juices.
Oh god.
Prepare a
That's
bubble
so
juice?
fucking funny.
Prepare... Oh.
Where did my hammer go?
Mix them in this. Oh, well, can I move this? I guess I can't. Okay. I put that in a terrible spot. What the? Put it back. Oh. Oh, it just comes out like that. Okay. Customers may occasionally require the use of facilities, and it's the staff's duty to ensure that these areas are kept clean at all times.
The shitters. They're gonna start shitting and vomiting. I hope you're ready. I'm sorry
What the heck?
Yeah.
for what you're about to see. It shocked and surprised me.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna ping the lobby code. After you beat the guy up, you can just escape, and you can just...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Remember, if
Return
you
to
don't
menu.
use violent action to prevent problems, things can escalate. I gave you good old plank as a weapon.
You can beat him up.
Where's the plank? What plank is he talking about? I have a this. Oh, I
Now,
can
what
just smack
animal
him.
will you be?
I'm just beating him up.
Yep.
Well, what a day. Now it's time to purchase something from the store with the money we've earned. So can I just...
Yeah, you get to a point where, like, when you get to the next day, you can just escape out.
Escape / is closed. It will not let me. Okay, I have to do this.
You have to do that first.
Escape. Do I just do back?
No, you just buy the thing.
Go
yeah.
next day.
Stay next day, and then you can escape.
Okay.
Just yo, this cosmetics.
Yeah. I think you have to
I'm gonna skip
unlock
all
them.
this.
Yeah. But you start with like acorns.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Weapons. Oh.
Alright, let me... Toad. Online mode.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I might have to very briefly hide the game.
Mm.
Join.
I make sure to join.
Online.
Oh, I have to... well, let me just paste it. This is stupid.
Yeah, that's. I had to type it manually, which is really annoying.
That's so rude.
I think that's right. Yeah, okay.
Hello, come in. The squeezed.
The squeezed. Okay,
Alright,
hold on. It should be coming back. Yeah.
Play.
Oh, well, the room ID's on the screen anyway,
It's
so...
on the bottom.
Mm.
Quokka. Oh, I do love a pangolin. They're so funny.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can switch from pangolin.
It doesn't matter to me.
I can be.
I
I could be whatever.
The Tarsier icon is so, like, wretched.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh.
What? In selected region? What?
I was Asia, U.S. What am I
Yeah.
saying?
Asia.
I want to be naked. No, I don't want to be naked.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm in the US.
There's a taser, a quokka, and a red panda. The red panda's
Oh.
cute, but I don't know.
And the Quokka's got chubby cheeks.
It's true. Which one do you want to be?
Let me see.
There's pangolin, Charizard, quokka, red panda.
How do I... Oh, here we go. Oh. Hold on, I can change my fit.
I might just go with quokka, to be honest.
Check this out, by the way. I got this.
Where'd you get a sword?
Where'd you get the
I
sword?
got, in the main menu, there's a cosmetics area you can buy things.
Oh my gosh.
Where'd you get currency?
You get it. You start with like 250 acorns.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
blind.
Yeah.
Okay, how do I start this? We ready, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think ours is good.
Oh,
We good?
space is readying.
Yeah, space is ready. It's
Okay.
like the interact key for everything.
Gotcha. Well,
This
here we
game
go, guys.
It's so dumb, wretched, silly, but you know, I'm kind of down for it.
This is silly.
Yeah.
I like this.
I like the fact that we can beat people. We can just beat the customers up, which is crazy.
Yeah, I think that's awesome.
Can we beat
That's
each other?
crazy.
Is that like a racism?
I think that might be racism. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, we're gonna beat up all the wolves. Like,
I
alright,
guess we're an old village.
okay. Oh, we're on a boat.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Wait, out of curiosity.
Which one am I? I'm blue. Goodbye, guys.
As you always are. Oh,
How do I get off?
I'm dead.
How do I leave? I accidentally got on the boat and I can't leave. It helps.
No, slicing with my sword.
Guys, help. I don't know how to get off the boat.
Drive forward, maybe.
Back. Okay, that was
Okay,
weird.
there you
Uh,
go.
Oh.
Let me out! Let me out! Let me out!
I don't know what y'all are doing.
Get
I
me
know.
out!
Oh, I
Let me
think this
out!
Mickey's in a...
backspace. Backspace. Backspace.
Oh, is that like a changing room or whatever?
I'm
Oh
dead.
my god!
I died.
Oh, yeah.
You got eaten by a shark!
Yeah.
Damn.
The control. Oh, sorry. I'm just messing with the controls. It's very wobbly.
Let me. I shrunk?
I have a bat. I don't think Overcooked lets you do this. That's awesome.
Oh.
I shrunk.
Y'all shrunk.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Squeezed?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't realize there was another ready.
Squeezed. Um.
Um,
Um. Hmm.
Here is a
Here's
great
great-
place to lay the foundation of becoming a good mixologist. No special
Talk
customers will bother
faster.
you. Good luck in advance.
what quest do we want? Oh, is
Um,
this for everyone or is this per person?
This is for all of us. I
Everybody.
see someone's moving it.
It's not
Oh,
me.
okay. It's me. What y'all? What y'all want?
Do we
Y'all
wanna do
want?
Oh,
Let's start easy.
Fair enough.
We just started. What the heck? Whoa.
Oh.
What's the vibe?
A litter box and okay. I think the only extra thing is the one on the end, which is
But yeah,
counters.
Yeah, but I also want to point out we can just focus on
We
the
got
one
power-ups.
yellow for the far left.
One
one,
juice.
looks like.
Yeah, we can start with one juice at a time.
That might be easiest.
There are like 3 juice dispensers. Okay.
So we can.
That's a lot of juices.
Yeah, do the first one then.
Okay.
And we're
Maybe
gonna be
easiest for
strong.
our
We can beat
brains.
people up better.
Oh, here.
We don't have a
First one.
broom. Oh,
Mop.
mop.
Oh.
Guys, where do you want the
Squeaky.
toilet?
The
no.
shitter?
Here.
Oh,
I
where's
guess.
the shitting station?
I'm holding it right now.
Yeah,
Where should
where
I
do we
put-
want to
should
put
I
it?
put
Like
the
in this
garbage
corner?
can like in a corner somewhere
We should put it next to the shitter.
next to the shitter?
Over
The
here.
I
shitter
can put the
does
shitter-
fit right in this corner.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't let
Does
me
it
put
not?
it.
Oh.
If you rotate it,
It's four.
No,
wait,
it's
how do I?
four.
What's rotate?
Maybe
How do you
back here?
rotate again?
I don't remember.
It did not tell me how to rotate.
I don't
Put
remember how this
it-
rotating.
So where's the pooping station and
Pooping
where's
station
the?
might go
I'm
in this
holding it.
corner.
This corner?
This one over here, yeah.
Okay.
And then I'll
Oop.
put the garbage here.
Oh, we have a minute of setup. We have a time limit, guys.
Oh.
We need to hurry.
Okay.
Table.
Table.
There's a
Where do you
lot.
want the table? Where do you table, guys?
Middle somewhere.
Uh, right here. I'll put it on like this edge right here.
Glass
Glasses
dispenser.
and
Let's
then
put
juice?
it here.
Whisper
put it there.
juice.
Alright,
Whisper juice. Here.
There's a couple different juices. You do want to just put them in a line.
This is
Yeah.
a strange. Okay, that's fine.
Oh, I think that's everything. No, boxing glove.
To smack.
Yay.
Okay. Oh.
Oh, we have another
think we
mop.
can-
Okay.
Oh, we just have 2 mops.
Okay.
Is that everything?
I think so.
And a spray bottle?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know what this is for.
You got upgrades. You
Oh,
guys are really
whoops.
good at
Can I
doing
put it
these
back?
things now. You can put it back, I think.
We have 2 seconds.
Well,
Actually, I'll hold on to it. I guess I'll clean.
gonk it. Gonk it.
Gong.
Gonk it.
Go gaga.
Goo goo gaga. Me? Gungaga.
Me gaga.
Me? Gungaga.
Somebody take
You.
this guy.
I'm here.
What does he want?
What do you want?
I wonder.
Is it juice?
Juice.
Can I
probably
load
want
up
juice.
juices?
Yeah, these guys will be normal
Those are
with each
they're
other.
gonna be normal, yeah. I had to check.
Yeah. They aren't racist towards each other. so
They
it's
aren't
gonna be
racist.
okay.
Is this one racist?
No, that's just a rabbit.
I can't tell.
Oh, we duplicated a juice.
Oh,
Okay.
this game is so good.
Okay. How do you tell people to leave again?
You face them.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Give us a moment though. We're like ready.
Leave.
Oh.
Oh. What?
Oh.
Huh? I'm scared. What's
Pooping.
happening?
He's pooping.
The poopers.
Go. Bull. Are bulls neutral? Bulls are neutral, right?
Bulls are neutral.
Yeah. Bisons are neutral. Oh, you smacked somebody.
Is that a fox? Leave.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
No, I said leave.
No.
Oh, what is happening?
I don't know. The pooper.
Okay.
This game is deranged.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright.
Okay. We
Is
did
it
good.
better or worse than Plate Up, where they just like squirt on the floor?
Squirt.
They like come a little on the floor.
Yeah,
They get so excited
whole
about
thing.
what the food that you're giving them.
Yeah. Whatever the food and
Yeah.
Plate Up they give.
Should we do another?
What we get? Another table, maybe?
Maybe.
Small table. Small
We can do
table.
a table.
We agree? We in agreement?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
Oh.
Oh.
Let's see.
Oh, well, that's fine.
So
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's everything. Hair venue.
Oh, sorry.
Ow!
I'm
Why
so
would you
sorry.
do that?
I was trying to drop
Okay,
them out.
Table
This
2.
table
Hold on, let me move this a little. Oh yeah, you can leave it there. You can put it there, huh?
Oh, that's a
I'm gonna
teeny
put it
tiny
right here.
table.
Yeah.
Can I?
Shit, you're right. That's like a one person.
Should we
Yeah.
move? No, we shouldn't.
Alright,
Oh, whoops. Did not mean to do that. I'm sorry.
that's fine.
How do I? Oh,
Uh,
help.
Slap
it
it back in
down.
that corner. There you go.
Yeah.
Struggling.
I want to move this over just like one block this way.
Okay.
If I can rotate. Yeah, let's put that right there then. So that there's like room to go around it if we need to.
Oops,
Okay.
sorry, might be.
Owie.
Might be.
I'm incapacitated.
Oh, I can revive you.
Oh, cool. That's great.
Wow.
Wow.
Where's the gong? Oh, there's the
Where's
hammer.
the hammer?
I'm gonna unequip that.
Are we ready for
I'm
hammer?
fine. I'm ready.
Yes.
Oh, did you unequip your spray bottle? I can have
Yeah.
it.
If you want it.
I can clean.
I have the glove
I can-
personally, just in case.
I can just slap
Yeah.
more glasses on here because that's what I was doing last time.
Yeah, I'm the cleaning cleaner.
I was putting
Yes.
people in, and I guess I'm gonna beat people up.
Okay.
I'm the bodyguard.
Bodyguard. All right, Miki, you want to use your big strong hands to
Hell yeah.
gong?
I'm
Gongus.
gonna gong them up so much.
Gongolingus.
Gongus.
There we go.
Me gongaga.
Me
Gaga.
Gaga.
Me gongaga. Yeah, you hold it
I'm ready.
for in preparation.
Cool. Hello? Follow me, assholes.
Do you think they want juice?
Think they want juice?
Maybe
Yeah.
they want
You can also
juice.
throw with a cup, so just make sure not to hit someone.
That's a wolf. Sir, you need to leave. How do you
Oh.
weave?
Oh
wait, that's a rabbit. My bad.
killed me.
Oopsies. That's a. Is this a wolf? This is a wolf.
Yeah.
that's definitely.
But
a
he's
wolf.
gonna be by
I'm
himself, so
stupid.
you
He's gonna be fine.
pays
If you put him
more.
alone, basically, if they
Yeah.
sit together, and then they'll have like discrimination. But if he's
Yeah.
alone, he's okay.
Okay.
Wow.
You are fine. You
Yeah.
can go here.
Well, that one can sit over there too.
Yeah.
Uh.
No, I see your party. Get out.
Oh, you can
Not
let him.
you.
You can bring him in.
No, because it looked like there was a party,
Poopers,
so I wasn't
Oh.
sure.
Well, they're ready. That's fine. Yeah.
No, because one of them was a wolf.
No,
Oh.
none of them were.
Oh, oops, sorry.
Oh.
My bad.
None of them were wolves, Mikus.
I'm
That was a
blind.
Well, the one that you're looking at now is a wolf.
Yeah.
You could have
I
waited
got-
for this guy to leave, Mikus. It's okay.
I got confused. I'm
Oh.
sorry.
He wants a juice.
I didn't deny you. What the hell? This is fine. Need help?
Oops.
Okay.
Wow. This game is like slightly laggy, which is also very funny.
Yeah. It currently doesn't feel as stressful as Played Up to me, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also it's because like I'm like confused.
That's true.
We're supposed to see more customers.
Can
we need
we-
more. What else can I
Table?
get?
Hold on.
Because if you do this, we
Dispenser?
need more.
Oh, we can't do another juice dispenser yet.
No. I don't have enough money.
It's
you
cheaper
a
now.
small table. It is on sale.
Hmm.
Might as well.
Yeah.
That is if we get more like wolves and stuff.
The wolves.
Yeah.
Put them by
Would
We have
themselves.
glass dispenser. We have counters. Mop bucket.
That's just a place to put the mop, but the mops are on the floor. It's fine.
Yeah. Counter.
Can you get a
might be
counter for your
useful.
juice?
Maybe.
Because then if you have a spot for your juice that's not being
Like an extra
actively made.
juice.
So we can just pre-prep it.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Why
Yeah, let's
not
put one
juice?
counter.
If you so wish.
Okay.
Hmm.
We only have. I don't think we can. put
Why
anything
not?
I'll put it. We can put it right at the end of where the juice machines are.
Okay.
What does the mop bucket do?
I don't know.
I think it just holds the mops.
Yeah.
I see.
We
That's
don't
fine.
need it.
We don't need it.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
We need
next thing?
another toilet.
We do.
Yeah, eventually we do
Probably.
need another toilet.
Okay, I'm gonna put the.
Oh.
Through.
My bad.
Hmm.
I could put it right. How do I rotate
Oh.
things? Why would
Sorry,
you do
maybe.
that to me?
Maybe. Maybe we should move this,
Oh my god.
and then
Oh,
we
yeah,
can have
over
the
here, maybe.
table. Yeah.
Put it like right here. Right here, maybe.
Hold on.
Yeah, yeah.
There you go. Yeah, like right there by the entrance. For
Yeah.
now, since we don't have any other places.
I could have sworn there's a rotate button. I just don't remember what it
There
is.
I know
probably
they
right now.
said
was.
something about
I-
a rotate button, and then they never
Yeah,
showed
I
us
also
what the
don't
rotate
remember.
button was.
No, I'm gonna look at controls right
I'm
now.
gonna put this a little
Q-
more in
It's
the middle.
QE. It's QE.
Oh.
So I
I
could
like
do.
you can even bring it like here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because I'm gonna do QE. Put it like here and rotate that
Oh.
one.
That one won't fit.
Oh yeah, it's
It
got
won't
the
fit,
one
Yuki.
thing in the middle.
Oh.
It won't fit.
If it's like that,
Unless-
you could do that.
Oh.
You could do that.
The goofy
It's gonna be goofy, but it's gonna
There we go.
work. So, yeah.
Oh, all the
pooping-
brooms are in the toilet.
Yeah, I put it there.
Tell me when you guys are ready. Did you guys put the
yeah.
counter down?
Oh, counter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your special counter.
Your special
It's in
counter
furnitures.
just for you,
I'm gonna
Juice
put
Master.
it right here.
Mm.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh boy!
Oh boy.
I don't know what the point of the timer is for setup when it's not actually timing us.
Yeah.
Well-
I have no idea.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Hey,
Gongus.
Gongus.
Miki,
Yeah?
Gongaga.
you wanna trade jobs?
What are
I
you
wanna
doing?
people- I wanna let the people in.
Okay, you're probably gonna be better at it than me. I'm just gonna be cleaning, presumably.
Oh, this juice thing is malfunctioning. Whoever has
What?
the hammer. I
Oh.
need it. I need it.
Ooh, there's a
Uh,
trio of fellas, but I'm just gonna
I got
wait.
it.
Thank you, thank you.
I got it.
Let me know when they leave.
Thank you.
Uh-oh.
No problem. What is this?
Oh, I guess
I'm
fixing it.
maintenance.
Here we go.
Pick up the juice. Pick
Can
up the
let them
juice.
in now. Oh no! I got too silly. I
Yeah.
could beat a man up.
Yeah.
Okay. You're alone. You can go here.
Broke the garbage can again.
How do I make them leave?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you broke my
just-
glass
just-
dispenser.
Just look at them again, and you just, yeah.
Okay.
I need somebody to fix the glass dispenser, please.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. My bad.
It's okay, it's okay. Everything has decided to explode today.
Yeah.
Come on.
Bring the boys over here for a moment. Hold on. We're just gonna rotate a little. We're gonna rotate a little. And we're gonna wait for them to leave, okay? Yep. Okay, now you can sit.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh.
who has the...
What pro? I'll do it. I'll do it.
Thank you.
Okay, so it seems like you can make one of them leave, and seat one of them.
Okay,
It's a
that's
party.
interesting.
Yeah.
That's what was
which is a little
confusing me
funny.
earlier.
Yeah. Oh my god. Girls, stop. Well, they're fine. That's fine. That's whatever.
Oh my god, someone threw up.
Oh my gosh.
Why
oh,
would you
shit,
throw up?
breaking.
You dumb bitch.
Might be. I'm
Who
really bad
hit
at this.
me?
Yeah, never mind.
Why did you hit
You do that
me?
again.
Did I hit you? Oh, I
What the
hit.
fuck?
Oh, we slipped on the barf.
You slipped in the
I'm
nasty.
just trying to clean it up.
My
Okay, yeah,
juice-
never
Oh my
mind, Mickey.
God.
You go back to where you were. I think we needs to do that again.
Okay.
Where's the hammer?
That was a
I
bad.
thought you were doing a good job, personally.
I think I keep forgetting who was already sat. Because also when they go take a shit, it doesn't count as them leaving.
Yeah.
Which I didn't realize.
I just look at the
fully.
tables, to be honest.
Yeah, because they always go. Well, yeah, because like they weren't sitting at the table; they were going over to go take a pooping.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Sell, sell.
Another table? No.
Oh, but
should
we
wait
want
until
another
we get a
juice
bigger
dispenser.
Oh look, another. Wait, can we order the other pooper?
The other pooper?
The pooper.
I think if you go back to the other one. Did we
Another
want another
pooper?
pooper?
Do you want another pooper?
Does it seem like we super need it?
Not really, from the gathered.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
We should wait. We should get like a bigger table, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Should we get like at least a medium or a large
so
table?
we would. Well, wait.
We'll wait a little. I
Yeah,
think
we'll
one more
wait.
go and it'll be fine.
One more go.
Unless we want to get a
Um,
small, another, what's it called, small table just in case.
And whoever's got the hammer, a lot of the stuff has started to malfunction.
Okay, I'll start.
So-
I'll be maintenance. I'll be maintenance.
was
and
doing
cleaning. I'm
that.
Mr. Janitor. You,
Mr.
Mickey, go back to
Janitor.
where you were.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
go
you
back
were
to
doing
being the
before.
bodyguard. I'll be the muscle.
Maybe let's get one small table just so we have another space for people to just be.
Okay.
Mhm.
But something I've
Um,
learned is that you can call a group and then individually make people leave, which is really
Yeah, that's
funny.
what was confusing me earlier. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
you
nice
can
to
make them
know.
leave individually, which is very funny.
Also,
Okay.
we'll have to see the layout. If we could put the small tables closer.
Mm,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Do you want to buy anything from me or no?
Nah, we should
Mm,
save
nah.
for the bigger table.
Okay. Next day.
Next
Mm.
day. Hmm.
Here's the
Okay.
this.
So how are we gonna do the? We could probably put them just closer to this side, I think.
Hmm.
So like
Honestly,
here-ish,
can
and put it
I-
on next to each other.
Yeah.
Like put a gap in the middle so it's easier to maneuver, I think.
Mhm.
So like here, like here-ish, probably.
Yeah.
This way I can just like schmoof if necessary.
Mhm.
Like, whoop, go this way. Fuck you.
Sorry, I'm just rearranging stuff right here real quick.
Hey.
That's fair. I'm gonna beat the shit out of people.
Can I not? Ugh. Could I go like this?
What are you doing?
Eh.
Oh, there you go. Oh, you're doing it this. Okay. I think I know what you're doing.
Yeah, I was just kind of aligning them
Yeah.
this way instead. I'm actually gonna put it like this. So I
Oh
can
yeah,
just
you can use your arrow
this
keys
to
as
this
well.
to this.
Oh, the timer is how long you have to wait until the gong shows up. So you have to use the prep time, I guess.
Oh.
Oh, it gives you time to prep. Okay, table. You can put that back over here too.
Hmm.
Another one over here,
That's true.
if you so wish.
Yeah.
I like next to the pooping.
Let's do the
The pooping.
pooper. Premium seat right here, guys.
Next to the pooping zone.
Next to the poop zone. Actually, do I want to move this just against the back?
Probably, right?
Probably.
Alright, I'll help you.
Like if
Probably
I just
here-ish, whatever.
here. Dang it!
You silly goose.
I keep
In your
moving away just
haste.
before.
What the fuck? Where?
Yeah,
Hello?
right?
What the
I
fuck?
had to back up a little, Mickey.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you gotta like
Right?
yeah.
It's so
Yeah.
weird.
This is strange.
Okay, guys,
There you
you
go.
ready?
Okay.
Unless you
Ready,
wanna move
campers?
This. Wait. Unless you want to move this.
Oh, do you want to put
Maybe
this here?
here?
Okay.
See what I
Put like a
mean?
little gap in the middle so it's easier to schmoove.
But
I
then
think
it'd be
that,
like
yes.
flush with the.
Yeah.
No, you can still go
Okay.
to it.
I guess
Because
so.
this
yeah.
is just
Okay.
this is just for our items.
Yeah, it'll be during.
We only
setup
do that during
anyway, so
this
this is fine,
phase.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we ready, gang?
You're.
Y'all.
Yarg.
Throw the hammer like here or something.
Here.
Oh, okay.
You may come over here, my fine people.
Wow.
That is a
One fella for one chair, one table,
Over
one
here.
chair.
Over here.
All alone.
You guys are fine here.
I see, you're going to the pooper.
Nope, pick it up. Thank you.
Uh-oh. You can leave. You guys are all fine. Oh, there's so many people. One of them's at the shitter.
Pick up the juice. There we go.
Anyone else? You can go. Sorry. You can go alone here. These are all wolves. I don't wanna... You guys can leave. Fuck you.
Go home.
Why is there a guy with a crown? I think this guy's important.
That
Hey,
might be
you go over here.
Here, grab that. And then...
There you go.
I think we did really good, guys.
Eat one more. Yeah.
The Rabbit King.
The Rabbit King. We served a very high-value customer today, I think. We might have offended him.
Oh my god!
Who did that? Was that me?
It was me.
Was that... What?
That's good. Oh, we didn't spend enough money at the store?
Oh.
I think you forgot about your quest while serving the customers.
Oh, we had to...
Try again.
We did have to spend money.
Oh, oopsie.
Oh.
Well, now we know.
That's weird.
That's weird.
I'm a hater.
What the heck?
I'm a hater of
Okay.
that one. That's weird.
So we would have to restart.
Hmm. Oh, we
No.
do. No.
No! What's the freaking point?
Oh.
Well, now we know for whenever, I guess.
Let's just go play Repo.
You want to
Wanna
play
play
Repo?
Repo?
You
I
want to play
have
a
to
little
download
Repo?
it.
Okay.
I'd rather play the Repo capitalism than this.
Okay. This is fun, but like we should have. That was not that.
Yeah,
Like, it was
didn't-
fine.
We
It was a
didn't pay
good little
attention.
attempt. It
Yeah.
was a good little attempt to try.
Yeah.
Hmm.
At least
Now
we
we
got it
know.
for free.
It was free. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't spend $10 on it.
Yeah.
Smiles. No offense to the game devs, but I'm glad I didn't spend $10 on it.
I think it's just a very new release. It's probably gonna get ironed
Yeah.
out eventually.
Yeah, I'm
It's
sure.
fine.
It's still like in its baby phases.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, and there's we'll mute in Discord and just do voice chat in game for Repo.
Yeah.
What happened?
We'll do the in-game chat for Repo.
Mhm.
Oh boy, that's
It's
so
great.
fun.
It's funny. It's funny.
I'm
It's funny.
scared, gamer. I
Don't
hope
be-
you
It's
know
like-
that.
Don't be afraid.
It's okay. I survived a little.
I don't know if I trust you, gamer.
No, it's
Um,
fun. It's fun, silly.
I'm
There's
gonna
something-
play my fuck ass pop music to make me
Yeah,
feel better.
to make me less scared. I
Yeah,
get it.
that's fair.
I need my goofy little music to make me less scared.
Yeah.
Weepo, weepo.
Meatball. This is
Think
gonna be
of
such an
the-
interesting VOD for the Watch channel.
Yeah. Let's open this game capture. I think it's this one. Yeah. And then game sound. Repo. And make sure that my game capture is.
Wow, wow, wow.
And once you
Okay.
get in the game, you can change your little character color, by the way, Mikas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Government assigned colors.
Of course, of course.
Wait, Dylan's playing. They're playing Red Repo?
Whom?
Huh?
My other friends play Repo.
Oh.
It's fine.
Oh, so you want to play
Let me know
Repo
when
with
you're
them, but
hosting.
not with me. I see.
No,
how
no,
it
no. I'm
is.
just saying, like, can't believe they didn't invite me.
I
Just
think
in
my-
general.
do they
Even
know
if
that
I'm
you're
not gonna play
streaming?
with them, even if I'm no, they don't. Even if I'm not gonna play with them, I still want to be invited.
What the heck?
I'm sorry, no,
Beat
I'm
them
just,
up.
it's nothing. It's literally
Beat them
nothing.
up,
I'm
beat
just
them
being a little
up.
whiny boy.
New game.
No, they're
yes.
lovely. They're lovely.
Beat them up.
No, they're like cool. They're
Beat
like
them
normal.
up.
I'm just being silly. I'm just being a baby about it.
I will be asking about the controls because I'm not looking at all of this right now.
Was it
That's fair. Was
Okay.
it?
your
How
and
do
your
I-
mouse? There is a
I have-
tutorial
there is
if
a
you want to do the
tutorial.
tutorial.
I think I have to.
I think, yeah, it literally forces you to. The scary face is scary. That is all. But like,
Okay.
it's the tutorial isn't scary
Ooh.
aside from like the face being scary.
I'm just gonna mute Aya on my end
Okay.
so that
No.
your Fugies will still react.
You can just mute both of us on your end and just.
Mhm.
I guess so.
And we can mute each other, yeah.
Yeah.
So that way there's no double. I'll wait until you're ready.
Okay.
I muted Squid.
I like how they go.
Oh, that's bones. Ba. It's your energy. Okay.
Wait.
Red. It's the brightest damn red I've ever seen.
Green.
Green.
Green. I could be piss yellow.
I
I love-
that piss, girl. That's like, that's too bright. Your piss should not be that color. Yeah, we should make sure we should color code ourselves accordingly,
Of course.
so the viewers aren't confused.
Le squeezed.
The squeams.
The screams.
The squid color.
Hell yeah. Wee. Wah. Ba.
You'll see why we're doing this, Mickey.
Okay.
Titty.
Titty.
Oh yeah, let me get my silly music ready.
Yeah.
It's funny to make it say the like symbols.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Asterisk.
Asterisk.
Yeah.
Okay, since you guys are gonna be in game, I will up the game sound.
Okay.
Right.
Somebody, Aya, yep.
What's
Okay, I was
What is
just making
happening?
the game appropriately loud.
Press the E to grab.
Ah!
Oh. Okay.
Ow, ow, ow,
Oh, wow. Awa.
ow. Ow, ow,
Awa.
ow, ow. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Trying to be
navigate.
sexy, but it turns into awa.
Awa.
Oh, it says it right!
Mr. The squeezed.
Trying to be sexy, but it turns into awa.
Awa. Why would you say this? Awa. Ara isn't sexy
Hmm.
on its own. I'm just saying. I speak Japanese, I can say this.
Okay.
I'm allowed. What?
Okay.
Okay.
Hee. I just wanted to try
Uh-huh.
it. It
The squid's
understands.
writing words with the squid.
Squid, squat, squat, squeeze, squat.
Uh-huh. Oh.
Yippee!
Sorry, I was yawning.
It's gonna be so fun, Miki.
I don't believe
Oh, I didn't change
you.
the category to repo.
Well, we're about to be repo, so.
Done. There we go.
A rainbow.
Grivard. You got the Grivard. Oh, yippee.
Yippee!
Yippee. I've been slacking and getting my own Pokemons.
I've never done it.
Pokemon. You know you can battle people with the Pokemon.
Oh, can
thing.
you?
Yeah.
Huh.
I should be able. Is it like? No, it's a different thing. I think. A different. I have to find the command.
Okay.
Okay. Well.
Wow.
Well,
Well.
well.
Wow. Yeah, it like does. It like randomizes who wins. I think,
Okay.
depending on what Pokemon you get.
Us left. Okay. What?
Learning.
I'm learning.
We're learning.
You're learning.
While Miki learns, I can open up my ginger ale.
Ye-
The
this
tutorial there.
Yeah. Okay. I'm
The
done.
ginger.
I think I'm done.
Oh.
Okay,
Sorry,
how do I
just the-
join game? I'm joining
Shift
your
tab
game.
and yeah, easy.
Oh,
I'm
you're just
joining your game. I'm
You're
joining your
the
game.
The joining.
I've decided I'm joining your game.
Okay, and I'll mute you in Discord.
Okay. It's not letting. Hello? Let me in!
No, wait.
Hold on. Let me. Oh, player joining.
Okay. So, you want me to mute in.
Well, I'm gonna mute you on my end. So I just
Hi,
rolled.
Miki.
Hi, Miki.
Hi.
Hi,
Okay,
happy
birthday, Miku!
I'm gonna just deafen. Or rather, I'm gonna just.
Yeah, like right click on us and mute us. Or like
Yeah.
turn our user volume down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if you're muted, it won't show the Fugi doing the
mhm.
Fugi thing.
Let me just fucking. Give me a second.
I will bump you guys up to here, just so they can hear you.
Okay. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Okay, I'm just testing mic now.
Hello.
Hello. I will need a reminder of the controls because I will forget.
That's
I'm just
okay, yeah.
saying.
Yeah, it's not that. It's okay. That's fair.
It's not very
Okay.
hard.
Yeah.
As long as you have your crouch buttons and stuff.
That's control whatever.
Yeah, and you can
Right.
change keybinds, I believe. Like
Okay.
I always change my crouch to C for some reason.
Interesting. Well, I'm gonna poke in really quickly to double check. It's control usually. I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we ready, kids?
Actually, I'm gonna switch control and shift because Minecraft controls, you know. There we go. Okay, I can live with that. I'm ready.
We ready?
Personally.
Let's get
Yeah.
it. Everyone's ready.
Well, if
What?
if there's like a beast that we need to watch out for, I'll try to help you.
Okay. I don't
Yes.
know what I'm doing.
Some
I
of the
hope you
beasts are
know this.
specific.
Usually,
Hello.
yeah. Usually you can
Hi.
just like hide.
So,
Hey,
like-
hey, Mickey.
Like this. No.
Press Q real quick.
Why?
I got you.
Just press
Oh.
Q.
What?
Oh, you're being lifted.
I'm picking you up.
What does this? What does Q have to do with anything?
Oh, Q just lets you like ragdoll.
I'm gonna do their job.
Alright.
I'm gonna do the job.
Okay.
Alright, so we collect the stuff and we bring it back to here. They showed that in the tutorial, but we got this helpful thing. If you press tab or hold down tab, it brings up your map.
There's a navigation.
Yep.
Okay, don't go too far, basically.
Yeah,
You grab
yellow dots
stuff.
are stuff to pick up.
Oh,
Yeah, careful not to bop things too hard because it'll break.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed.
But I think once they're in the cart, they really don't get damaged. Unless something lands in the cart.
Unless there's gnomes.
Unless there's gnomes. And there's also a baby that will, like, try to fuck up our shit.
What? Children?
Yeah, there's like a fucked up child.
How do you tell?
Ocarina.
How do you tell what's grabbable again?
Reaching.
Your reticle will turn yellow, but also the stuff that's the yellow dots on your map.
Yeah, I was looking at the yellow dots. I'm like, what the fuck in this? Okay,
yeah, so
I
this
understand.
this right here.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. I wasn't sure.
There's another thing over here that's like heavy, I think, but I'll just like.
Big heavy thing.
No, never mind. It's not.
No, not this.
No, I lied. I lied. Yeah, we got all of it.
There is some stuff that won't show up on the map. So like if you see like something that lets you pick it up, it's still an item that you can put in the cart.
Okay. Nothing.
Oh, the door.
Can I pick it up?
My bad, the door broke.
Why would you do that, Squid?
Sometimes the doors just do that.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay.
Oh,
why
sorry.
would you do that?
Maggie. Sorry, run you over with my car.
Oh,
Nikki.
I've done nothing.
Look, stuff on the stuff.
Stuff where?
Stuff. There's one down there, and there's this.
Oh, here you go, Kurt.
Yeah, some stuff will just shatter into a million pieces. Wee! Wee!
You can't just pick me up! What the fuck? Okay.
Another ocarina.
Isn't there supposed to be something scary coming after us?
Yeah, there are some randomized enemies.
Are any of them voice activated?
Run, 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 run.
Okay, what does that mean?
Hide,
Why are you
hide,
telling us
hide,
to
hide,
run?
hide. Crouch underneath
Where?
something. Crouch underneath something.
Okay. I'm trying. Okay, I did it.
Where are you?
I'm just under the chair.
Okay. There's a lady there with swords for hands.
That's not scary at all. That's just like a lady.
And she will try to chop you up. Ma'am, do not attack our cart, please.
Okay.
Sometimes if they get stuck on the cart, they will attack it.
She's getting very close to me. It's very concerning.
Hi, ma'am. Oh.
Okay. It's just a late. This would go. This honestly, you could do a hardcore design with this chip with for fucking sword hands. I'm just saying. Can she hear us?
A little bit. So she's probably attracted to where our voices are coming from.
Oh.
But she should fuck off. Yeah. Just like that.
Fuck you.
Bye, bitch.
Bye, bitch.
Oh, gnomes. Okay, these guys you can pick up and break them. Yeah.
Bye.
Toss them. Nice.
I did it. I can murder things. Where'd Aya go?
I think Aya went to the left.
Oh, okay. I'll follow you. I still don't know what's going on.
Hope Aya's
So basically,
hi.
So basically, whenever we see a thing, we hide.
Yeah.
Or is it like different
sometimes,
there's like a few of them you have to like get up on something because they're small enough to get under. Oh,
so
hey.
like you would go on this. You would like
and there's
get on
also
this bed
some
for
that.
example.
Who wants to watch Moose Fighting Volume 2?
Hey, Mickey, you should watch Moose fighting too.
This is porn, isn't it?
No. No. Press continue watching.
do that
I'm
for
actually,
her.
I'm
I'm so
genuinely, I'm a
sorry.
hater. I'm a hater. I hope you know this.
I will deserve whatever you do to me later.
Yeah. Where the fuck am I? What happened?
You're on the floor. You're rolling around.
I am?
Yeah, you're holding. Are you stuck? No, you're okay. Oh.
I trusted you! What the fuck?
I'm so sorry.
It's okay, it's funny.
It's
What
so
the
silly.
fuck? To be honest, I'm more afraid of the loud noise than I am the actual face. The face is like cool, epic. The loud noise like hurts my ears and I don't like it.
Are you going back already?
Personally.
No, I'm just moving.
Just moving it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna drop some stuff off since not all of it. I'm just gonna like put it.
Yeah,
gently
make sure it doesn't.
here.
Yeah. Oh.
Oops. That's $6. I guess I could go in and then Mickey, you feeling brave? You wanna go?
Sure.
Yeah, because we have enough. Or Mickey, you can if you feel like it looks like if it seems like we're all dead, you can just run back here and like. Yeah.
Okay.
And put the cart back in.
Hmm. Yeah, we.
So I'm not holding the cart. Wait, we're just leaving the
No,
cart there.
Oh, you could bring the cart with either or.
Oh yeah, that's what I was wondering what you were doing.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought someone was
confused.
bringing it. Oops. Okay.
I could do it.
You wanna go get it?
Oh.
I'll just go scout. I don't give a shit. You see the scarecrow?
No, she went
Miss
off
Girly?
down there,
Yeah? Alright.
but orb.
Hmm.
Oh, and a bonsai.
Gamers.
Hi.
Gamers.
Yes.
Gamers.
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 Hmm.
I feel like a mother in a
Oh,
supermarket.
it seems clear.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
Pushing the cart.
Aya. Or maybe you can help me lift this into the cart.
Oh, sure.
This, because it's heavy.
Mickey alive?
Yeah.
I'm here.
Lift.
Alright, good.
Lift.
I am.
Careful,
I'm
SpongeBob.
scared.
This way.
I am not SpongeBob. You
Careful,
scared
SpongeBob.
me.
Careful, SpongeBob.
Fuck. What if I break
I
it?
don't
Like,
think that'll fit. That's not gonna fit.
Well, I was gonna just set it on top.
There's a gnome. Hold on.
oh.
Get it.
No, I want to break this one.
Okay.
I mean, is this able to be picked
Alright.
up on my own? Because I was gonna carry it back.
Okay, you go carry it back. Alright, you can go carry it back. There's
Let's
some
see.
like little itty bitty bits in here.
Oh, yeah, if you want to grab one
can-
side.
I'll do it. I'll help with you.
Okay. Lift.
Up.
And then... Yep.
Okay. I'll look. You look behind me. You look. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, hold on,
Stuff.
hold on. I'm gonna
Stuff.
grab it. Yeah, I'm gonna... Okay.
Which way are we going?
Just around this way.
Okay.
Not to drop it. Hold on.
No.
It's on the floor. Oh, careful. Okay, there we go.
I was being gentle. You can gently put things down, right?
Yeah.
No. Okay.
I'm just... Come on.
Okay.
Come closer to me. Come closer.
I am.
I know.
I'm trying my best, gamer.
And we need to go this way.
This way. Okay.
Oh.
This is worth 11,000. This better be worth it. Or is that 11? No, that's 11,000 because that's not. That's a comma, right? Gotta be a comma.
Yeah, it's 11,000.
Okay.
We're not gonna put this in just yet.
Okay.
Put it off to the side here.
How do I? I'm scared.
Oh,
What do I do?
just gently lower it. Just let go. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
We
so
did it!
when we come back with the cart, we'll like push it in. We have to put everything in pretty much almost at once. It gives us a countdown.
Oh,
So we'll
I
just have to
see.
be fast to put that in.
Okay.
Whatever you don't do, don't go in here.
Okay.
Don't go
I'm
where?
gonna go.
Don't go in here.
I'm just gonna hide right here.
Where are you?
Aya?
Aya?
There's a thing in here. Don't come in.
Is it one of the ones we hide from, or is it one of the ones that we have to go on the thingy on?
What is it?
It's the knife lady with the
Oh, she's
scare.
the
Oh, the
knife
sword
lady.
lady.
Okay. We just need to wait for her to fuck off.
Okay.
Which way is she going?
Aya, because if she's coming our way, we can tell you when she's gone.
I'm in
And
like a bunch of boxes right now.
okay,
Hold on.
because we're both at the door. We're basically near the doorway right now.
Hold on. I'm looking with my eyes.
Oh, I don't see her anymore.
Yeah, I think she went that way.
She gone?
Uh,
She gone?
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay. Okay, run out. We're done.
we're done?
done.
We're done
Okay.
here.
So
We're
when
done
that
here.
cart
I mean,
goes in, we'll have to very quickly put the ice block in.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, because we got the thing that's. The goal is to get as much as we can, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but if we put the amount that's necessary, then it's like.
Okay, Miki, go ahead and grab
it'll
one side.
auto-complete.
Oh, we're grabbing it.
Okay.
Yeah, slide
ready?
it into the left
Yep.
side.
Lift and.
And then we just go home.
Okay. Come on, quickly, quickly.
This?
Okay.
Alright. Now come over here.
How do I? Where do I go?
No, stay out of there.
No, I
It'll
know.
beat you
I
up.
was just making sure it's not gonna
Yeah.
get crushed on the edge.
Hmm.
Yeah, because if stuff is hanging over the edge, it's crushed and it's not counted.
Okay.
Hmm. Alright, well, now we can leave.
Yep, we're all good.
Hmm? Normally, like, this is the part where all the lights go out, and then,
Gnomes.
like, things start
Gnomes.
killing.
Gnomes.
We're leaving.
Where do we stand? Just in here?
Just in here, yeah.
Is this like border like the limit or what's going on here?
Ah! Oh!
Oh my
Stay away from Miki!
I'm dead. I've died. I have died.
The engine's starting.
Yeah, it takes
Okay,
a couple
that
times for
wasn't-
the engine to start.
That wasn't bad at all.
Yippee!
That was pretty mild, I'd say. I think that was really
Yeah.
nice. That was good. But it was the
Okay.
first level. It was good.
Shut-
Yippee!
And now we go to a shop.
None of us took damage, right?
No.
I don't think so. Oh, I'm 90. But that's fine.
Okay. You'll be fine.
I think I got hit by a gnome earlier.
I don't really know how any of these work, I'll be honest,
So,
Oops.
stamina, of course, gives you more stamina. I like range, so I'll put a range in there.
Oh, we can each get 1 stamina.
Yeah.
Hold on. Because they're 2k right now. Very steel, one might say.
Oh yeah,
How do
1
I-
stamina per person.
Yeah, you don't gotta grab anything right now, Miki. I got the staminas. Unless there's something funny that you think you want.
We
Not
will take one of
really.
these. Anything
Hmm.
anybody else wants?
Not really.
I think we're good.
Any
right?
other upgrade? Does anybody
I don't
want a
know what any
strength
of these
upgrade?
things do.
Oh, there is also a speed upgrade, which is within the budget.
Sprint speed is within,
Hmm.
and
I'm
strength.
good. I'm
Mhm.
good personally. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah. What do you think? Whichever one you want, Squid.
Oh, I picked
Yeah,
a
yours
range.
is
I already
okay.
have one in there.
I'm good. I don't need anything. There's the possibility I will die, so I don't want to buy anything.
No,
right now.
you'll still have it. If
You'll keep the
Oh.
upgrades forever
Yeah.
through
Oh,
the
you
session.
keep them forever?
Or for
Oh.
the session, you know,
Yeah.
while we're playing.
Okay. Well, I'm still good, regardless. I don't need anything. Unless you want me to force pick something.
Yeah, do
Maybe-
you wanna run faster or do you wanna lift heavier stuff?
Me?
Either or.
Yeah.
Run faster Probably, because I don't want to be lifting stuff by myself. I'll be so for real.
Okay.
Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, here, have this. Have this sprint
Okay.
speed.
Oh, I already put it in there.
Oh. Did you?
That's 30.
Yeah, I put one in there.
There's one that's cheaper.
They were all the same.
No, that one's 5k.
I didn't put.
See?
Oh, okay.
See, that one's 7k, this one's 5k.
I mean, either way, we use up all the money.
And we have 2k left.
Or-
Oh, you know what? Hold on. We forgot.
Hmm?
Not this one. Do we have a shockwave? Yeah.
what's a
Nope, that's not what I
shockwave do?
wanted.
That's 3k.
Yeah,
Someone
you want up?
put me in there.
You want up?
Put
Okay,
me
here you
in.
go.
Put me in,
Hold on.
coach. Thank you.
You wanna go in? Hey, Mickey, press Q.
This is 2K.
There you go.
I trust you.
Oh, well, don't get up. Don't get up. Stay with ragdoll. I need to lift you up. Lift up
Okay.
there.
What is this? What
Secret.
is this?
Sometimes there's items in here to buy, like these big grenades and stuff.
Duct
That's
tape
2K.
for 2k.
Oh, that's fun.
Which was better for you?
We only have 2k though.
The
Yeah, but these are due 2k.
duct tape, it explodes multiple times.
Ah.
And this is like if we
Oh, okay.
this will like kill an enemy probably.
Hmm.
If we
Okay.
don't want to spend it, that's fine, but
Who cares? You do whatever.
Do whatever.
oh, I'm so sorry. No, we'll skip this for now. We haven't gotten to like a point of where we need that yet.
I'm being beaten up.
Hmm.
I'm just a guy. In
Hey,
this
Miki.
world. Yeah?
Here, hold this and press E.
Okay, I trust you.
Yeah? Ah!
Is
Whee!
that a grenade? Hell yeah.
No, I need,
Wait,
I
if
need
we
you
use
to
it-
do. Yeah, I need you to do it. I need you to hold it. Press it. Press E and let go. Well, touch it. Touch hold it. Actually, can you? Yeah, I think you might need to. There you go. Now you can roll.
Yippee!
That's silly.
Yahoo!
Anyways, we don't have it.
What?
If you press Q, it'll just make you roll around.
Ah.
Oh,
Yay.
Squid.
Quit.
Squid. Squid.
Oh.
How to make this stop?
You're in timeout.
No! No! No!
Are you done all our shopping? Let's go.
I think we're done. How did I get this thing off me? Or is it there forever
You
now?
just grab it and press E.
Oh. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Squid. Oh,
Why would you do this? Okay,
no.
this is fine.
No.
Wait, hold on. Watch
Oh
this.
yeah, Miki, if I hold you, press space.
Oh, wow, great. Here, watch.
Awesome.
Oh no.
Hey, wait, Mickey, let go.
Are you gonna do what I think you're gonna do to me?
Hey, you should make the car leave.
Okay.
No.
How do I make it leave?
Right, I did it.
No.
You're
It makes you self-destruct if you stay in the shop.
Oh,
While they try to leave.
Sonic.
It's really
Squid
funny.
Sonic.
Squanic.
Squid
That's
Sonic.
gonna be soon.
soonish, yeah.
Okay, we each get a stamina.
And then
Mickey,
a
this one's for you.
Starminer.
How do I
For
use
you,
it?
Mickey. Just hold it and press E.
And then that
There
sprint
you
speed
go.
is yours.
That one's for you too, Mickey. So you can run
Thank
faster.
you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, by the way, Mickey, if you're scared, you can hide under here.
Okay.
In the car. There you go.
Alright,
Nice
children,
job.
let's go.
Okay.
Hi, Keeks. Hello,
Hi,
Papa.
Peace. Papa.
Yeah, I'm forever scared because Squid traumatized me earlier. What the
Nah.
fuck? Yaha!
Nah.
Uh-huh.
No.
Squid showed me a scary video and now I will remember it for the rest of my life.
Yeah, Mickey, now there's 2 different extraction points to go to. Oh,
Ow!
Mickey, the car. Careful.
Yeah, the cart will knock you over.
So there's gonna be another one somewhere.
Yeah. Then we're gonna have to open up.
Yeah, and if we get over the amount, it'll drop down a money bag, and that'll add to what we put in the next one.
Okay. There's nothing.
Ooh.
It's like jack shit in here. And you can open like cupboards and stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna just start pushing this cart forward.
Ooh, a diamond.
It's a very tight room, it looks like.
Here, Mickey. Here, Mickey. Mickey. Mickey.
Diamond.
Diamond.
Diamond. I'm the cart pusher.
Barisha. Pushing down on me.
Why is there a
Pushing down on you. No man, I swear. Under pressure. Sorry. Ooh, there's a thing here. Is there anything in it? Nope.
Hello?
Hello. Ooh.
Hi. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Where did Aya go?
I do not know. We got a monkey man in here.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that creepy doll was anything or not.
The monkey?
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
and
is
then
heavy. This looks like a heavy.
this is a heavy item. Do you want to take this back to the...
Yeah, sure.
Okay, you want to go
Oh,
backwards
okay,
or
hold on.
forwards? Okay.
Yeah, I'll go backwards. You're
Okay.
gonna have to like guide me though.
Go left.
This way.
Yep.
This.
And also, if you hold down tab, it gives you like a dot of which direction you need to go.
Okay. Oh, awesome. That's useful. This way.
Careful.
It's okay. It's fine. Life is fine.
Okay, go to your left.
My left or your left?
Your, well, my left. So you're right.
Yeah. That's why I got confused. I'm like, I don't see a door there.
And then to your left. That door.
This door?
Oh, the duck is here.
What's that mean?
No, he's fine. Oh, well, yeah, back up. Okay, we better stop.
You're crushing me! Oh, what
Oh,
the fuck?
oh no.
That's a duck. Am I gonna die? I'm dead.
I'm also dead. I think, the duck got you, and I think a hunter might have gotten me.
It looked like I was being crushed, so I was confused.
No,
personally.
so the duck, I think we bumped the duck and it got mad because when you touch it or it takes damage, it becomes like the creature.
Oh.
So in its normal form, it will follow you around and jump
didn't
and try
see
to
it.
get in the way of you grabbing stuff.
Okay.
But it started jumping up under the item we were holding, and the item we were taking was losing money value.
Yeah, I saw I thought we were bumping something, and so I got confused. Okay.
Yeah, no, he was bumping us, so that's why I was trying to put it down, but then he took
Gotcha.
damage, so he got mad and started killing us.
Okay.
So now
well, poor Aya's on his own.
Well, Aya can collect our heads and put it in the depot, and when they send the depot off, it'll revive us.
What if he doesn't do it though?
Oh, that's the guy that shot me. Yeah.
Okay. These monsters aren't scary.
Yeah, well, this one, if he hears a noise, he'll immediately shoot at the noise. So
Oh,
you have to be
including
quiet
sound
with him.
from. Okay, I did not know that. That's why I was asking if there was any vocal activity for any of these guys.
Oh yeah, so that guy.
Mhm.
I think he's really the only one.
Just
If
him,
I
the guy with the
remember?
shotgun.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's the only one that really reacts to sound.
Mm.
Other than...
Well, I should be easily be able to find us because we were very close to
Yeah,
the
we
door.
were right there.
now.
We should have been right there. At the depot.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, he was like, "Oh fuck, can we not hear what he says?"
We should be able to.
He's just not saying anything.
Yeah.
Fair.
Oh no.
Oh
Aya.
no.
Poor Aya. Push to talk? No,
Poor-
it's open voice, I believe.
automatically, but I might have it toggled. Otherwise,
Oh, maybe.
is the thing.
Oh, I hear him humming.
That's me.
The Mickey head.
That's my head.
The creature.
The creature. You can piece together what happened from
Yeah.
this alone.
Ooh, almost there. Drag the rhino in there.
Yeah. Awesome.
That might get crushed, I'm not sure. I hope not.
Yeah. Not much you can do about it, huh?
Oh no, it's good. Okay.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
Not yet. Here we are. Oh my gosh.
We
The
got
blind.
we got Doc. Oh. What the fuck just happened?
I killed him.
What the
Now turn around, Mickey.
fuck?
Turn around. I'm gonna kill you. I'm
Oh,
gonna
I
share
got
some of my health with you.
smacked with
Oh,
a
thank you.
money
Why
bag
did you
and
kill me?
died.
I didn't. I accidentally bopped him with the money and it killed him.
Oh no!
We can res him in the next one. It's fine.
Okay.
Don't forget your money bag on the floor.
Okay, what is our goal now? Exactly?
The money on the
Check
floor.
the map. Where
Yeah.
there should be another extraction point somewhere.
I don't know where it is. Okay,
Yeah,
I was
I've
also
been
told the
scouting.
shotgun
It's in
guy
one of the
you have to
hidden rooms.
I also got
Yeah,
told
the shotgun guy.
you have to be quiet.
Yeah, he can't see.
Ignoring the
Oh,
murder
okay.
weapon.
He
You
can
need
only
that.
hear you. So when you make
Hmm.
noise, he'll shoot you.
Gotcha. I'll follow.
Oh.
Whoa! I'm fine. I'll follow you.
Well, there goes the
Because
extra
I will not
money.
know how to react to certain enemies.
Mm.
Okay. So. And presumably the.
Yeah,
Map.
even if you're hiding, that guy can hear you, he'll shoot you.
Okay.
I'm just chilling because I like to do this while I plan my route.
No, that's fair. That makes
These
sense. And also
stinkies.
looking. So
What
we
the
all need to
heck?
go to that room that's right in front of us and the one to the far right, it looks like.
Yeah.
What's the red dot?
The red? That's Squid's head.
Oh. Okay.
Wee.
I'm just gonna scout ahead, Mickey. You be brave.
Be brave.
Be brave! Oh my god.
You be
No, being
brave is
brave-
funny.
You said you were gonna scout ahead, but like.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so.
Let me turn off my lights so I can see. There we go.
No.
Oh, the duck.
What the fuck? What
Oh,
the-
no!
Okay, that's
No!
the duck again!
No, not again!
Yep, okay.
Oh no. Oh no.
I don't know what the duck looks like!
I'm losing a duck!
I wasn't paying attention! I don't know what it looks like in its normal form.
Yeah, little yellow duck. Yeah, don't touch him.
Okay. I thought it was a gnome, so I was gonna go kill it.
Oh no.
I didn't know.
No, I know, it's fine. You don't know.
Because I know you can kill the gnomes, and those guys are tiny little fuckers. Well,
Oh, poor Aya.
I believe in Aya.
Well, it's kind of Aya's fault. Aya did kill me.
Yeah, that was kind of funny though.
Y'all also left the money bag behind.
Me? Oh.
Or whoever. Yeah, both of you, I guess, left the money bag on the floor behind at the depot.
Okay. So the duck looks like a duck, and when you see it, what do?
The duck, you just don't touch it under any circumstances.
You're
Don't.
not no touching.
Yeah, no
At all.
touching. Don't let it take. Don't hit it with anything.
Don't look. You can look at it.
You can look at it. It'll try to get in your way of touching stuff, but just don't grab it.
Just don't look at the duck at any circumstance.
Squid, we might have
Or
to
rather,
add
don't touch
mammals
it.
to Animal of the Day so Miki can learn animals. Well, that would be good if a duck was a mammal.
Ducks. I'm sorry, gamer. Ducks aren't a
Professional
mammal.
watcher. Ducks are not mammals.
Guys. Guys. Ducks are not mammals. That's a bird.
Maybe I do have to add more animals to the creature of the day.
Maybe you should. Maybe you should.
Oh my gosh.
I'm worried. I'm so sorry, Aya.
We're cooked.
Fuck.
Activated my trap card. What are you talking about? You're the one who said
What
the
is-
bird is a mammal.
That's a bird!
You've activated your own trap card and tripped over.
You called a mammal. You called a bird a mammal.
There he is.
Duck?
There he
Wait,
goes.
okay. So what you do is just fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
So not everything that's tiny can be pelted. Nice to know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but my first instinct was like, ah, yes, a gnome. Grab and destroy.
Grab and destroy.
Might
No, that's
be.
fine. You didn't know.
Might be. All things considered, if the only two enemies are the one that you have to be silent and the duck, that should be pretty easy for Aya, no?
Yeah, usually there's three.
Three?
During in a map.
Okay.
So we've seen the hunter guy, the duck. So we're missing one. I wonder if it's like an
Okay.
eyeball or something.
What's the eyeball do?
Eyeball, it will sit in a room, and like if you go into that room, it'll like take your attention and start zapping you. But if you get out of its line of sight, it'll stop.
Okay, so it's like a line of sight thing. So you
Yeah.
dodge and weave with like objects or whatever. You could probably dodge with a cart.
That I'm not
Maybe.
sure, but usually it's going into the next room that works.
Okay.
So
'Cause
like you won't be able to
hypothetically-
look around, you'll only be able to look at the eye, but you can still move.
Okay. Well, it'll be zapping you.
Yeah, it'll have your attention, it'll slowly take your health. There's the duck.
Okay, that's what the duck looks like. Not a gnome.
Not a gnome. Bright yellow.
Okay.
And he's real cute, but don't touch him.
My instinct was to kill. Might be.
That's okay. How could you have known?
You said there was a duck earlier. to be
Yeah.
fair.
How could you have really known? You've never seen the duck.
No, I haven't. I haven't seen General.
You haven't seen.
I've never played this game before.
Yeah.
I downloaded it today in fear and trepidation.
It's fun. Once you understand the mechanics and stuff.
Mhm.
It's fun.
It seems fun. It's just like I don't know how to react to certain enemies.
Yeah. And if you have more people, it gets real silly.
Mm-hmm.
I know Dew has this game, so if he might want to join us someday.
Maybe.
Like I said, maybe a community repo day or something.
Might be fun.
Oh, careful, that's very precarious.
Oh, Aya.
It's precarious.
I is being a gamer right now.
Yeah, I is being a gamer.
Yeah.
Wish I knew what the third enemy was.
Yeah. It might be the
Oh, careful of
eyeball
the
as
door.
you described.
Careful of the door.
Oh.
There you go. Oh,
Are there
well,
any other? Hmm?
that hunter's coming
happened?
down that hallway.
The hunter's the one that the one with the gun, right?
Yeah, he shoots
Okay.
sounds.
So just basically be quiet.
Yeah. And
You
don't
can be out
run.
and about.
Yeah.
And don't run. That makes sense. Okay.
And don't drop anything.
Yeah, that would be smart. That makes sound.
And also, any of the enemies, if you touch them or like hit them with doors, they'll know that you did that, and they'll
Okay, so you can't do like a trap site situation.
yeah they'll turn and hit you.
Okay.
And but you are able to kill these, like if you're able to. Like there's the Rugrat. He's just like a big fat baby. You and your friends can just
Okay.
grab him, pick him up, and just keep slamming him into the floor until he explodes.
Like the gnome, but like
Yeah.
bigger, basically.
Yeah, you just have to
Okay.
keep a hold of him. That
Okay.
and then like the animal, I think you can do that too.
Okay.
I is big gaming right now.
Being a gamer right now.
Max gaming.
Game maxing, if you will.
Game maxing.
Yeah, game maxing. That's what the fucking
That's what the
kids are
kids
saying
say.
out there.
Yeah.
Me, not a kid. Sorry.
Ooh, I don't want him to get caught up on that and shoot it.
What happened? Oh, the shooter.
Yeah,
motherfucker?
they have a chance to attack the cart if it makes them stuck.
Ooh.
Sir.
There's not much I can do
Oh,
about
there
that.
you go. Okay.
What the fuck?
He's taking it. He's taking it. He's
help?
taking it away.
Help! What the
I
fuck?
know. Our
I
cart.
know!
No.
Wasn't our head still in that?
Yeah.
Well, there we go.
But you can see the cart on the map, so now I can figure out where it is.
Okay. You just fucking took it?
He just pushed it, yeah.
That's a doll.
The little guy.
It's just a little guy.
And some of the items, if you bump them, they'll make noise or something, like
And
the
it'll
monkey.
attract, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
The monkey will make noise. There's like a music box.
Okay.
Just various things.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, go.
I believe in you, Aya. You
Go
can't hear
ahead,
us.
Go.
What is that?
It's,
Orb.
Is it like a globe of some sort, maybe?
Oh, that might be a globe. I'm like, ah, yes, the
orb.
expensive orb, the expensive orb that people own, and we can repo, as you do. I don't know.
Ponder the
So
orb.
I has to get the cart to do it, or no?
Well, the cart has all of our valuables in it.
I mean,
The cart
technically, you could just.
Yeah, the cart's not
find
required.
Okay.
It just does at this moment have all of our valuables in it.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be hard to find anything else.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, was that the duck again? I think that was. Very slowly, very cautiously.
Valid.
Go, Aya, go.
Go, Aya, go. Is that enough?
Oh, no, not quite.
Oh, yeah, I need like 3,000 more, it looks like.
Yeah, maybe a big item or something.
It's gonna be hard with just one person.
Maybe. There are some small stuff that is
Like diamonds and shit.
worth more.
Probably.
I believe in Aya.
I believe in Aya.
Ferg.
Thanks, Aya, for carrying us.
Thank you, Aya. Almost there.
2k more. Ish, yeah. Well, less than 2k.
Oh, we're almost there.
Oh, living on the prayer. Orb.
Orb.
I love when orb. You know what I mean when orbs are orbing about? When your orbs are.
I love when the orbs are orbular.
I love when the orbs are orbular. So true! Hey guys, be excited. You can see a Miki orb coming soon. And I will not elaborate on that.
Coming at you soon. Oh,
I'm not gonna elaborate beyond that. Oh god, yeah,
just
100 more.
barely.
That's crazy.
Oh, yes. Aya's carrying.
Aya, thank you for carrying.
Thank you, Aya.
Thank you, Aya, for being our carry.
Morb.
The Morb. Oh, thank god.
I love in Morbius when he says he's morbid time.
That's my favorite part.
Okay, now we have to be quiet. Going to.
What?
So the hunter doesn't get us.
This time I'm healing you both. Come here, Squid.
Yeah, so you don't hit me with a money bag.
Yeah. Well, now we run for our lives.
Just be careful. Don't run a hunter.
You can sprint. Come on, Mickey. You can sprint straight to the exit, yeah.
Okay, fuck you, Doug.
We can leave!
Little guy.
I was left alone.
The little guy's on me,
I know.
think.
Well, to be fair,
Yeah, he's fine.
I would have loved to help
Just
you.
don't touch him, it'll be fine. It's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, what happened earlier to me is that I looked at the duck and I'm like, oh yes, that's a no. And I tried to pick it up.
Yeah, if you
And
touch it, it gets mad.
it kills you.
Yeah, so the
Yeah.
first time he was jumping up under something we were both carrying and he took damage.
Yeah.
And then he decided it was time for us to die.
Oh god.
Health upgrades.
And that's why we.
We're gonna need some health in general, I think. We died quite a...
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a 5k. Hold on,
Some
not
health
that one.
packs.
Mickey.
There's a 3k one here.
Yeah?
And they all do
That's a
for
small
different
one.
amounts, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could do a 3k one too. I think that's good. This
It's
one
cheap.
that was 5k.
That's why I was
A
looking at
5k
it.
one. Let's
Alright,
do
yeah, I
one
got
for
one for
everybody.
5k.
How much health do you
Because
have?
we can share. I have at 35, but we can like heal
Hold on,
each
do
other
this.
and then like
I was gonna
ratio
say,
it out.
do this.
Okay.
I don't need
Everybody,
that much.
everybody gets
I
one.
don't need that many.
Everybody gets one. We're
I
all
don't need
low.
that
Okay.
much HP. You just gotta be a gamer. I'm kidding.
Yeah, right.
No, it's just the guy that responds to noise is just very easy to deal with.
Yeah, I wonder what the
Just
third
simply
one
do not
was.
speak. The third one?
Usually there's a third. There's like 3 per map.
I don't know. It depends. Oh,
I wonder if it was the eyeball. We just never encountered it.
maybe. We just never looked up.
Mm.
Oh, then you didn't need a break.
We could just
Game
call it
too
here,
hard.
to be honest.
Yeah.
It's all here.
It's been a
We've been
long
streaming
stream.
for a while.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
Let me find.
My epic gameplay.
Let me find something.
Yeah, you
It
did
was
carry
more
us.
like me playing Repo.
I know.
Yeah.
Like I said, I would have loved to help you, but the unfortunate
okay.
events.
I didn't know what I was doing, and I tried to pick up a duck, which was probably ill-advised.
Yeah,
Let's
especially when
Sorry.
everything wants to kill you in this game.
Yeah, we'll have to do some practice.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was so locked in.
I know you
Yeah.
were gaming.
Or did you watch as I was like, oh, there's not enough money. Goes to open the
Yeah.
fridge.
Yeah.
Well, there's a fridge.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Mhm. There's always something in the fridge.
There is always something in the fridge.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna raid Mandy. Mandy is doing some art, some chill art.
Wow.
Raid. Mom. Dummy. Alright, everybody.
Alright, everybody.
Like I said
Alright,
earlier, I
everybody.
want to start doing a second stream during the week.
For
So
sillies.
if all goes to plan, I think it's gonna be Final Fantasy once a week. Again, like I used to. On Thursdays.
Okay.
So we'll have to see if everything goes to plan. Crossing my fingers.
And then we can continue doing the stream
Yeah.
for Ace Attorney, and then
Yeah, we'll
after
do it-
that...
Our series streams on Tuesdays, and then Final Fantasy on Thursdays.
Okay.
Alright. Oh my goodness, we did go long.
We did go quite
Mhm.
long today.
Alrighty, everybody. Have a good
Alrighty.
night.
Have a good night.
Thank you
Don't
for
let the
coming to
bed
hang
fight.
out.
Right.
No, don't let the bed bite.
Oh no.
Don't let the bed bite
Don't
you.
let the bed bite you.
Don't let it
God.
happen.
Don't let it.
You need
Alright,
to fear it.
everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye. 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 Bye.